Test, test. Alright. Welcome in. Try this again. Sorry about the false start. Start up stream and everything on OBS went red. Try this again. Sorry about the false start. Sorry. Not big enough. Water cans are just not big enough. Looking pretty good. Travis for lurk. Can't probably. Probably had me. Maybe not. I don't know. That's better. No. Outside. Not allowed to. Put the fence through the flowers, but I can't put the flowers through. Yet I can put a fence. Oh, I will have to buy that up and come down around that. What we'll have to do, no doubt. Get to water your apple tree. I think it'll only keep one apple tree going at a time. Very expensive to water. Mm-hmm. water. More water. Valley is sprinkling. Maybe put the windmill back here because it seems pretty open. Put a couple windmills up there, but then let's go buy that lot. Better. Uh, all good. Buy that one. Hi, Queen. When you redeem waffles, redeem it and find out. So you know, though, I don't know if anything's disconnected right now because I had to restart stream. Everything was tanking out on me. But you're welcome to redeem it if you want. If it doesn't work, then...
Did somebody say waffles?
Oh, no. It worked.
I had brain damage.
And that's what happens. Redeem waffles. Oh. Thank you. Geek stuff looks pretty cool, but wait till you got enough points and you can do the rubber ducky I specifically put on for when I'm doing flaccid plastic ducks. That one's pretty good. But I kind of had to make it super expensive because I don't want people spamming it. Pretty sure I'll get DMCA'd. Keep my stream. Ha, Sarah Mark. We're forgetting Sarah Mark. Most of the sound alerts are pretty basic. They're exactly what they describe, or exactly what they're titled. Pretty, I got some work to do. Yeah, not hard. Not hard in my channel. Confirmed. Okay. How you doing tonight, by the way, Queen? Doing all right? Hope you're doing that way. Buy this plot right. Next plot will be doing all right. Right. Bird back. That would be kind of cool. Put the bird back. Kind of like Jonas. Oh, I know it. That way you can look out the. Birdie's taking baths. Wow, cool. Guess I could have always put the apple tree out it. Moved a few things around. Modular stuff. Different. I did. Built the house. Well, you don't really build the stuff. You gather materials for everything. That is my original house. This little square right here. This little house. That's the house that you start with. The big 2-story place that's there now is part of the most recent update. So I bought that thinking it would upgrade my house. And in fact, what it did is it replaces the house. So you have to either store the house, throw the house away, or repurpose it. And I repurposed it and made it my workshop. And then I got a whole bunch of these free additional rooms. Didn't know I had them. And I was buying rooms and adding on to the house. And I realized I had spare additions I had to do with them. So I bought a bunch of hallways and stuff. And it made this place a gigantic mansion. My McMansion. I sound like Nicolas Cage. Do I sound crazy like Nick Cage? Am I sounding wacko? My nuts? Yeah, and I got this free pavilion and stuff, and I got a bunch of the stuff. And I was like, shit, I had all this stuff, you know. So I went and got these little hallways and stuff, and I was like, oh, cool, these work as hallways too. So I made them hallways, um, like with. This is what they look like without the hallways. If you just attach room to the room, this is what you get with that, the room. But with the hallways, this actually looks cooler. I wish they would have come up with something that looks a little bit smoother so that if you do a hallway, it doesn't have this middle brace section. Put two hallways together, it should get rid of that wall. Yeah. So I added, you know, these rooms and I put them on, and this was my whole kitchen right here, this whole space right here. And then I thought, you know what? I have these rooms. So I made a kitchen, and then I made like a formal dining area with fireplace. And I was like, you have to build a bunch of stuff in this to, it has progression for building stuff. So you have to build like log furniture or um, improvised stuff, and then you can move up to log log cabin style furniture, log cabins. Yeah, I like that. I really like this room. I wish I had more stuff to kind of decorate this. I mean, it still looks pretty good bare like this. Then I put bay windows in. I was like, God damn that. I wound up with a shitload of money too, because I was like, holy fuck. I was grinding to build spaces and stuff, and had all this leftover money. So I bought a bunch of bay windows and stuff too. Yeah, this two-story place has a spiral staircase in it. I was thinking it would have rooms upstairs, but it's just like an open lofted catwalk. Heater vents. The every room has one of these round lights. I was like, God damn, too many lights downstairs. So I took a bunch. Each one of the little hallway sections has a light in it. I was like, that's too many lights. So I took them out. I put the lights up in here because this had one light in it. There was just, those are the mystical magic creature heads that you can get for your first kill, I think, and then after that you get like tail and other stuff, antler. Get one. Yeah, see, I was kind of hoping there were rooms up here. And as soon as I went inside, I went, oh, this seems kind of like a waste of fucking money. But I think you can add bay windows to these windows. Like if I wanted to. But I won't. But I didn't really decorate anything up here because there's no rooms. But the all the building stuff is aggressive. Bedroom. My bedroom with my like little reading area that has another fireplace in. You can't. As far as I know, you can't. At least not yet. I mean, this is still 0.168 their official thing, or 1.68, something like that. Yeah, like the crafting menu is progressive. So every time you build something, like you build this, you make the tea set, and then it says gives you a choice of 3 different things you can build. You pick one, and it's like, oh, you can make this, build that, and you pick one, you build each item, and once you've built all the items in one section, you should be building everything out of the other section. Log cabin, that, different things. Have like cozy cat, Altec. Yeah, there's all different. The Paltech stuff is all like industrial stuff. And there's stuff like this Flotsam towel rack that you can find in like game Flotsam stuff. You can catch it in uh, waterlogged sea chest. Stuff gets unlocked as you go. Standard axe. Once you've done so many tree cut downs and stuff like that, you can go up to a fine axe and stuff. That like most game stuff. Like if I catch more bugs, I can move from the fine belt to the exquisite belt. Allow me to catch like the bugs. The cooking in this game is pretty cool too. It's a very drawn out um, process. It's almost like actual cooking. You have to chop all your food up, and you have to add it at a certain time and flip stuff. And but you can also like cook on the grill. Like this is what you'll start out with for making food. And the food isn't to keep you alive, it's to get a little pink bar where my name's at. Where my name is, that little pink bar is your focus. And that helps you with your hunting and your fishing and all that stuff. Yeah, I can show you cooking too. Then you get awards and stuff too, like you get little trophies. That's a fishing trophy. That one's a mining trophy, not a trophy. Trophies. That one's a building trophy for making stuff in my shop. So when you complete certain tasks, stuff. Oh, here's trophies. That one's for hunting with the bow, and that one's obviously for mining. Got a little pick in it. There's that one for foraging. There's stuff you can decorate stuff any way you want. I like pots and stuff, and this is then uh these are a couple of rewards for time played and unlocking certain things in the game. I got a couple of those little plushies. Got these little plushies up here too. Or, oh, my pet beetle that I caught. Caught a beetle. He doesn't move. He just sits in a spot. Glass case. But you can pay for outfits and stuff, and you can get a pet. Same way. Not a party vegetable. They're all recipes. Look. You have to have certain food items to, and it gives you the ingredient list. Like if I wanted to make a quindu chapa, whatever, that recipe, and I can make ramen. Then it tells you how many make. There's a lot more recipes that I haven't looked yet. I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, I can make. Have anything? Oh, don't have any. Wait, I don't have any. Kidding me? Should have wheat. Got plenty of wheat. Oh, these are the chests that you can find or drag out of the stuff. They all look like that. Different colors. Some have seeds stuck to them. Should have wheat. Hey, wheat? I have 70 stalks of it. Plenty of wheat. What's that recipe talking about? No, that'd be in my. By full you for your bake your bread. Let's try making one. See what happens. Have the start in weird. I have I have wheat. Why can I not use? I should be able to make that. I'm gonna try it. Find out. Okay, F. Top some stuff up. Thinking about doing dicing up some pork and mashed it with ramen. night, but I was like, yeah, feel like that. So I made some microwave burritos with salsa and sour cream on top, up and topped it. Recipe room. Well, I don't understand why that won't let me make stuff with meat that I have. That's weird. Make this one. Phoenix Fire Rieno. Oh, I missed. Dang it. I haven't cooked anything in like almost a week, so my timing's a little off. Do, 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 do. Oh, I'm stuck. Ah, threw me outside. Back to the kitchen. Back to the kitchen. Have to go. It was really nice chatting and watching you play. Great night. All right. Enjoy your evening. Oh, and by the way, check this out. This is the only game I've ever seen that has running water in it. Have yourself a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. As soon as I hop off of here, I will be finishing book Billy Summers as soon as we switch over. So if you missed any of the book, you're welcome to go to my YouTube page and can find the entire book reading on there. It's all the VODs and it's in a list specifically for that. my book reading. If you feel like joining. Or not Discord, but oh my gosh, I'm terrible. Exclamation. Yeah, exclamation. There are links on my yeah. Juniper seed. Not gonna water it. Still on. And why it would maybe you have to use lower grade wheat. I'm not quite sure about that. They had a whole bunch of rice. Maybe you have to use basic wheat for it. Basic. Guess better eat. Well, since how we move the garden, um, oh, freebies. Digging up stuff in my garden. copper ore. That's actual. Okay, well, in the meantime, we grow orange berries. What else I have? Let's see. One more. Well, that came out right about planting it. What? Mess with the watering. Did their update. Everything up. Give you like a sprinkler hose or something. What looks suspicious from a certain angle? What are you talking about, dirtbag? And hello. Almost like he's peeing on it. What it sounds like sometimes. Longest pee in history, though. Used to be able to water multiples at the same time. Then their update kind of mess that up. I would definitely be coming up with some Gilligan's Island style fucking watering if I lived. Be making my own aqueduct and piping water down to the house. House has running water, but you can't hook up a hose. No hose bib. Now maybe we'll get some regular wheat and I can make like ramen and stuff now. Weird, man. It's weird, I'm telling you. I don't know why that recipe wouldn't let me make it with better quality meat. Guess you have to use a lesser type of wheat noodles. Weird. You think of my giant McMansion, big my house is. Gigantor house. Even my workshop got bigger. Increase my focus. Focus, Daniel-san. I would definitely pipe in water from up here. Have a water source up here. Piping in water from up here or up there where there's plenty of water pressure. Funnel it in. Have plenty of water pressure. Run a pipe down here that I could supply water pressure to the house. and up in irrigation as well, but it automatically water it. Look up my pal fucking Talia sprinklers. Oh, ow. I don't know if you guys heard that. Back pop. Whew. Amp crackle pop. Okay, you guys ready for me to finish Billy Summers? Billy Summers. I have to put you guys intermission screen, and then I will get switched over to pool. And then we'll post the pool password in chat, and you guys are welcome to jump in the pool if you've got blasted plastic. Finish Billy Summers tonight and done with that. But missed anything, you can always go to YouTube, catch up. But hang tight, and we will switch games. Tight. Hang tight. Momentarily. There we go. Okay. Only There's the number right there. Salt_RT 8996. Anybody that wants to jump in the pool. Jump in our pool. B. Try to. Oh, there's a fireman. All those. Trippy. Fireman. Trippy. Put out the fire. Let me know if the wave sounds are too loud and overpowering. Oh, I squirt water. Look at that. Look at that. Spraying water. Kind of figures we've got like the firebug duck. Goes around spitting fire everywhere. You should have one that puts fire out. Makes sense, right?
Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make that time lots of fun. Rubber ducky, I'm awfully fond of you. Bo-bo-bo-dee-o.
All right. Get back into Billy Summers. This will be the last read of this. We'll wind up finishing this book off tonight. Chapter 21. For one. When he pulls in, Alice is waiting for him at the head of the space where the old truck was parked. She hugs him as soon as he's out of the car. Really throws herself into it. No hesitation. He hugs her the same way. When that's done, he's partly amused and partly saddened by her first question, because it comes from a young woman who is now living in an outlaw frame of mind. That car safe to drive? Won't be stopped by the police? It's safe. Vehicle tracker was already disabled, which didn't surprise me. Also, the owner is dead, and Nick isn't going to call the cops. He would have far too much to explain. And Billy now has information that could blow him and his whole operation sky high. I packed everything. There wasn't much. Okay, let's go. While we're driving, you can make us a reservation at a motel in Window. That's just over the Utah state line. Alice looks around at their current lodging. I'm not sure the kind of place we've been Not sure the kind of places we've been staying have websites. Maybe, but she shrugs. Book us into a chain. The Dalton Smith name is still clean and the pressure's off. Nobody's going to be looking for us. You sure? Billy thinks about it and decides he is. The last thing he said to Nick was, "For once in your life, be honorable." He thinks that Nick, who was sure he was going to die in his man cave, will do that. At least for a while. There's something else as well. If Billy succeeds in getting to Clerk, Nick Majaharain will be off the hook, and quite possibly with the $6 million bounty in one of his numbered accounts. Meanwhile, Alice is looking up at him and waiting, I'm sure. Let's go. 2. It's a long story, but it's a 5-hour drive to Wendover. And that will be plenty of time for Billy to tell her what he knows and what he's deduced. But before they roll, he powers up his phone and Googles Roger Clark. The thumbnail biography says he was born in 1954, which makes him 65. But in the accompanying photo, he looks at least 10 years older. He's pasty, balding, wrinkled, jowly. His eyes are bright little animals living in sagging pockets of flesh. It's the face of hard living and indulgent. He's the man behind this whole shit show, Billy says, hands her his phone. She types and sweeps with her fingers as Billy pulls out and heads for the 15. She bends over the phone, brushing her hair impatiently away from her face. Holy crap, according to Wikipedia, he practically owns the world, at least media-wise. Billy again thinks back to his first meeting with Ken Hoff. The two of them sitting in an umbrella-shaded table outside the Sunspot Cafe, right across from the building where Billy would eventually take the shot. Off with a glass of wine, Billy with his diet soda. Off broadcasting a slightly desperate vibe even then. Although along with it, like a fraternal twin, was the mindset that had gotten him in so much trouble and was about to get him in even more. It was the core belief, maybe incalculated in childhood, that he was the star of a movie called The Fabulous Life of Ken Hoff. And no matter how bad things got, in the end, he would come out with the girl, the gold watch, and everything. Interesting. Newspapers, websites, a movie studio, 2 streaming services, and TV. Don't forget that, including Channel 6 in Red Bluff, the only station that got footage of the courthouse killing. Are you thinking? Yes. Fuck, Alice says softly. I'm a little bit tight this year. Wasn't that what Hoff said? Cash flow problem since I bought into WWE. But 3 of Phil's. How could I say no? He owns Worldwide Entertainment. That's a network plus about 12 cable channels. One of them is that news station that loves Trump. They're this bunch of rabid commentators. I know the ones you're talking about. He's seen WWE News 24. Everybody has. It plays all the time in hotel lobbies and airport terminals. Billy sometimes stops for a few minutes to absorb some right-wing pundit bilge, then either moves on or changes to one of the movie channels if he has access to the controller. He had no idea they franchised local stations, though. Had no idea, at least at first, what Hoff was talking about and didn't care. He hadn't thought it was important, but it was. Very. It was how Hoff got into this. It was why the Channel 6 news crew didn't go chasing the fire in Cody. It was how Ken Hoff ended up dead in his own garage. This guy wanted you to kill Joel Allen. This guy? He's old and rich. Yes, Billy thinks old and rich, and used to being emperor. Ken Hoff had only thought he was starring in the movie. Roger Clark really has been. He's the man who thinks he deserves everything, and that it should not just be brought to him, but that it should be served to perfection, which includes film footage of Joel Allen's death. And I was the writer, Billy. Tell me what happened at Promontory Point. Billy does as she asks, skipping over what Nick had told him before Billy sent him into his safe room. Like a bad kid grounded in, confined to his bedroom. When he finishes, she says, "You did what you had to do." This is true, but it's the verdict of a young woman barely old enough to buy a legal drink. He's sure Ken Hoff thought the same. Yes, but it was wrong choices that got me to the point where I had to do. That old lady, amazing. Do you think she'll be all right? Not if her son dies. She gives Billy a look he's actually glad to see. If she feels safe enough to be pissed at him, she's probably still getting down the road to being all right. Don't you think she bears some of the responsibility for the job he was doing, working for a gangster? Billy can't answer that. Now tell me what you're leaving out. What the gangster told you. Tell me why. There's only the interstate now. The shadows are starting to lengthen. The game between the Giants and the Cardinals will be over. One team won and the other team didn't. Cleanup crew will be on its way to Promontory Point. Billy's got the cruise control pegged just below 70. Nick hired Joel Allen to do the killing. But Nick was just the go-between. He even told me that. Although he called himself the agent, it was Roger Clark who wanted the job done and paid millions for it. They met on an island in Puget Sound and struck the deal there. Who did he want killed? His son. Alice jumps like a person startled by a slamming door. Peter Paul, something like that. He was supposed to take over from his father. It was Patrick. You knew? Just kind of, sorta. Because my mother has News 24 on all the time. Alice's mom, probably 70% of the cable watching news junkies in America. I'd mostly leave the room. I hate that drivel, but it's not worth arguing about with her. Only it was like their top story for almost a week, even ahead of Trump. Now I know why. Clark owns News 24. Correct. They said it was a gang thing and Patrick Clark got mistaken for somebody else. It was no gang thing and no mistake. Clark's apartment was in a building with all sorts of security. A gangbanger never could have gotten past the gate guard, let alone into the building. Plus, no one heard the shot. Alan must have used a potato buster. A what? A silencer. 24 was all over the cops to catch the guy, but they never did, because by then Alan was probably out of town. Sure, over the hills and far away, Billy agrees. And if he hadn't shot those two men because he lost big at poker, he'd probably still be over the hills and far away. Maybe even then, if he hadn't gone back to L.A. and mistaken some lady writer for a hooker. Why would Clark his own son? Why? I can only tell you what Nick told me. There's probably more to it, but I didn't have a whole lot of time because of the man's mother. Marge? Yes, Marge. I knew she'd head for the main gate. I had to believe she knew the code to open it. And I left the gate guard. Sal. Right, him. I left him with his shotgun. So I only had time for the abridged version. Then tell me that. Clark was old. Not old, but old for his age, and with a host of medical problems. He needed to name a successor, keep his board happy, I guess, and most people expected it would be Patrick, the eldest son. But Patrick was a heavy drug user and a party animal who used to get through his yearly stipend before the end of April and come to Daddy on the 1st of May, begging for more. Alice smiles. He maybe should have gone to his mother. They can be a softer touch. Patrick's mother died of an overdose. Pills. Or maybe it was suicide. Maybe even murder. Clark divorced from the younger son's mother. That's Devin. I think he was on TV too. Made a statement or something. Billy nods. What Nick told me reminded me of the story of the grasshopper and the ant. With the addition of a father smart enough to tell the difference. Patrick was the grasshopper. Devin, his younger brother by 4 years, was the ant. Industrious and smart. Nose to the grindstone. Shoulder to the wheel. Clark called his sons together and told them his decision. Patrick was furious. As far as he was concerned, he was the one with the brilliant ideas to move WWE forward, and his brother was nothing but an office drone. Billy thinks of the mean little eyes in the photograph and imagines Clerk saying something delicate like, "You picked up most of your brilliant ideas from your libtard hip hop wannabe friends while you were snorting dope." However, he put it, he'd driven his older son into a rage. In most cases, it would have been an impotent rage, but Roger Clark had an Achilles heel, and Patrick either knew about it then or found out shortly thereafter. I don't know how he knew about it. Nick didn't tell me. Maybe he didn't know either. Maybe Patrick got a clue from someone in his lifestyles of the rich and famous and foolish circle of friends. Maybe he overheard something, but he wasn't entirely, because he was able to follow the dots to a certain small house outside of Tijuana, a whorehouse. Not exactly. It was privately funded by Clark himself, Nick said, for his exclusive use. He paid tribute money, a lot of it, each year to the Felix brothers, who basically run the Tijuana cartel. There may have been certain other inducements as well. Money laundering would be my guess. Doesn't matter. Nick and Clark never brought friends because word gets around. Was Patrick doing business with the cartels? Moving dope for them? There's a word for it. Mulling. He might have been, Billy says. He could have heard about it from one of them. That might have been his loose end. Billy pats her shoulder. That's good. We'll never know for sure. But it makes more sense than the hearing it from a friend idea. He smiles at the compliment, but only a little. He knows where this is going, Billy thinks. A girl, a little less intelligent, might not. A girl who hadn't been recently raped might not. But this girl checks both boxes. Clark has a taste for young girls. How young? Yes. Nick said 13 or 14. Jesus. It gets worse. Do you want to hear? No, but tell me anyway. There was at least one occasion. He told Nick it was only one, for what that's worth, when there was a girl who was a lot younger. 12? Her face says that no matter how much of a shit that jolly old lizard may be, she wants to believe that that's the limit of his depravity. According to Clerk, she was no more than 10. And Patrick had the pictures to prove it. What Roger Clerk told Nick at their meeting on the island was that he was pretty drunk and just wanted to see what it was like. Dear God. The rest of it is as simple as dominoes falling over. Patrick had the pictures on a thumb drive, or they existed nowhere else, that the man who took them was dead and buried in the desert. He told his father that he wanted to be CEO. He also wanted a transfer of most of his father's voting stock, which would render meaningless any objections the board might have to the new direction he wanted to take WWE. He wanted his brother, my asshole brother is what he called him, according to Nick, transferred to the Chicago office, which I guess is the media business. In the media business is like Siberia. He wanted those changes effective as of January 1st, 2019, and he wanted it all in writing. Then and only then would he turn over the flash drive with the pictures. How could Clark be sure there weren't more pictures? Billy shrugged. Maybe there were. In any case, what choice did he have? And Patrick must have been at least bright enough to know that if the pictures came out, the company's stock would tank, no matter who was CEO. Alice thinks that over and says, like mutually assured destruction in a way. I guess. What I know from Nick is that Clark agreed. And once his lawyer had a letter announcing his intentions to basically retire and turn the company over to his older son. And once that letter was published in the board minutes, Patrick gave the thumb drive to his father, who destroyed it. Patrick never foresaw his father going to Nick Majarian, and hiring a man to kill him. His imagination just didn't stretch that. It isn't the grasshopper and the ant, more like a Shakespeare play, one of the bloody ones. With Patrick dead, when Clark steps down, given his health, it won't be long. Devin will take over. He pulls into a service area because the Mitsubishi needs gas and because his throat is dry and he wants a cold drink. Alice checks out the quick pick shelves and uses the restroom while he pays. When she gets back into the car, she's crying. I'm sorry. Her purchases are in a little white bag. Takes out a pack of Kleenex, wipes her nose, and tries on a smile. But while I was in the bathroom, I made us a reservation at the Ramada Inn in Wendover. It's supposed to be nice. Good. And you don't have to be sorry. I keep thinking about that horrible man with a child. He deserves to die. Billy thinks that's the plan. Four. By the time he finishes, again weaving what he knows from Nick into what he deduced on his drive back from Promontory Point, some of the cars on the highway are showing headlights. Clark told Nick he wanted the best man for the job. The guy who'd do it and get away clean and not talk about it afterward. Nick said he knew a guy. You? He said he thought of me first, but never even went to Bucky with it. He said he was pretty sure I wouldn't do it because Patrick Clark was maybe not bad enough to fit my scruples. He put it to Alan as any ordinary cleaning job. That's what he called it. Cleaning? Yes. The figure they settled on was $80,000. 20 before and the rest afterward. Basically, same method of payment I was, but on a smaller scale. Alice is nodding. He didn't want Alan to know what a big deal this was, how much was involved. Sure, Nick felt okay about it because Alan was what I always pretended to be. Just your basic mechanic. We fix problems with a gun instead of a socket and a timing computer. He gave Alan photos of Patrick's apartment building, photos of the apartment itself, the code to the service entrance, the car exchange after the job was done, anything he might need to do the job clean and quick. Nick didn't tell me all that, but I've worked for him before. I knew the drill. What he didn't tell Alan was why, and Alan didn't ask. But he asked Patrick, didn't he? Before he killed him? So he thinks that over. It's possible. But it seems unlikely for a guy like Joel Allen. He'd be a lot more likely to just do the job, no conversation, just point and shoot. Maybe Patrick offered him the thumb drive in exchange for it, except he couldn't. Did he? He didn't have it. Thought he was home free once his appointment was announced to the board. Nick doesn't know what happened, and Alan can't tell us how he found out about Roger Clark and the kid in Tijuana. But I have an idea. Alan was told to make it look like a robbery, maybe committed by some fellow user who met Patrick along the Los Angeles drug trail. He was told to make any money or jewelry he found. He was told to take any money or jewelry he found. He was supposed to toss the jewelry, watches, gold chains, and shit like that. But he could keep the money as a little bonus. So after he killed Patrick, he searched the place and might have found a picture, maybe more than one, that Patrick kept in reserve. At least one that showed his father's face, nice and clear while he was doing what he was doing. Does that make sense? Alice nods hard enough to make her hair bounce. Bet it happened just that way. Even if the picture or pictures were in a safe, Alan could have been given the combination with the rest of his background in. Would he really have recognized the man in the picture? Based on what he knows about Joel Allen? Billy doesn't see him as the sort of guy who watched the WWE Business Channel or read the Bloomberg report. Probably not at first, but it wouldn't have taken him long to find out. A few Google searches would have showed him that he killed the son of a billionaire who also happened to be a pedophile. Alice's eyes are intent. She's totally into this now, Billy thinks. Again, that a rinky-dink business school in Red Bluff would have wasted a lot of potential. Hairdressing school? Get it. So this paid killer, this mechanic, this cleaner, had two things worth money. That the father was almost certainly the one who paid to have the son killed, and the father also raped a child because he just wanted to see what it was like. Some of the light goes out of her eyes when she says that. I doubt if he tried to turn what he knew into cash, although he might have down the line. He would have known that blackmailing someone as rich and powerful as Roger Clark would be a tremendous risk. I think he kept it as a hold card, which he eventually had to play, not for money, but because of his own stupidity. Double stupidity, Billy thinks, if you count in the Lady Rider. Almost like he wanted to get caught, Alice says. Some repeat killers do. He rewinds what she said and puts a hand on his wrist. Ones with a moral code, I mean. Is that what you call it? Billy wonders. I doubt if Alan wanted to get caught, and if he was able to figure out what made that picture such a valuable commodity, I guess he wasn't completely stupid either. If he wasn't completely stupid, why kill the man over a poker game? And why attack that woman in L.A.? Well, Billy thinks. Alan believed the poker game guy was cheating, and the Lady Rider pepper sprayed him. But neither of those things goes to the heart of Alice's question. I guess simple arrogance. You want to stop somewhere for dinner? She shakes her head. Let's drive straight through and eat when there. I want to hear the rest. That for a minute, chat. Stretch my legs. Billy feels sure about this part, even though it's still mostly. After Allen was arrested for assault and attempted rape in L.A., he must have known he'd be connected almost immediately with murder and attempted murder back east in Red Bull. There was a lively trade in cell phones in the county lockup, most of them burners. Allen could have gotten a hold of one, called Nick and said that if he had to go back to Red Bluff, stand trial for murder in a death penalty state, a very rich man, initials RK, probably going to spend the rest of his life in jail, possibly getting buggered by Harvey Weinstein. And if anything happened to Allen in LA lockup, RK was going to be very, very sorry. Nick got in touch with Roger Clark. Clark almost certainly, through an intermediary, hired an expensive lawyer to fight extradition. Nick and Clark had another meeting at the island, laid out any number of possible scenarios. I imagine they had the expensive legal talent on speed dial. If so, he would have told them what Nick probably knew already, that he could draw out the extradition fight for quite a while. But in the end, Allen was going to be put on a plane and sent back to face trial. Because first-degree murder trumps aggravated assault. That's when Majarian hired you. Around then, yes. Give me a place where I could eventually take the shot. By then, Allen was out of Gen Pop because he'd been attacked by arrangement. Yes. Maybe his idea, probably his lawyers. Either way, he wound up having his own private accommodation while the extradition fight was on. He met regularly with the expensive lawyer who told him everything was under control, or would be once he was back east. Either an escape would be arranged along with a completely new identity, or certain wheels would be greased. Certain witnesses would be bribed, certain key evidence would disappear, and Allen would walk free as himself. And he had no reason to doubt it. Billy shakes his head. Guys like Allen doubt everything, but he had no choice. What about the picture, or pictures? His whole car. I think both Nick and Clark had people looking for that all the time the extradition fight was going on. That was one reason why the extradition fight was going on. And I think they eventually found it for them. All I know for sure is that no federal marshals have turned up to arrest Roger Clark. Maybe we'll turn up first, I'll say. Billy hates that pronoun, but he doesn't correct it. He only has a ghost of a plan. And when it comes more into focus, maybe he can leave Alice out of it. He remembers what Bucky said. She's in love with you. She'll follow you as long as you let her. And if you let her, you'll ruin her. Oh, look, it's a palace. So says Alice when they pull into the Wendover Ramada Inn at 9:15 that Sunday night. I mean, compared to the last three motels. Their adjoining rooms are far from palatial, but they're nice, and the hallway carpet looks as if it's been vacuumed. Will you be able to sleep? She asks. Yes. He doesn't actually know if that's true. Her eyes are fixed on his. I'll sleep with you if you want. Billy thinks of Roger Clerk's taste for the young one. On at least one pestiferous occasion, a very young. Shakes his head. It's a kind offer and much appreciated, but better not. Are you sure? Still looking directly at him. And is he tempted? Of course he is. Thank you, Alice, but no. Will you be able to? We'll be back at Bucky's tomorrow. Could be. Then I'll be able to. I like him. He's, you know, safe. Billy isn't sure she'd be. Billy isn't sure she'd feel that way if she knew even half the Elmer Bucky Hanson been involved in over the years. But he knows what she means and thinks she's right. She and Bucky have made a connection. Good night. He kisses her for the first time on the corner of her mouth. Good night. Oh, and here she hands him the white, quick pick bag. Baby oil and handy wipes. Clean off as much of that goop as you can, and get in the shower. You won't get it all, but you can get most of it. She goes to the door, uses her key card, then turns back. And leave a good tip because most of it will come off on the sheets. Okay. He wouldn't have thought of that himself, although he probably would have tomorrow when he looked at the bed. She starts to go in and looks at him over her shoulder. Her face is solemn but calm. I love you. Billy doesn't even think of lying. He tells her he loves her too. Goes into his room. That's gonna go. He calls Nick. He's not sure Nick will answer, but he does. Who's this? And then, without waiting for a reply, is it you? It's me. Are you getting things right there? They will be by tomorrow. I didn't cool anybody that I didn't have to. A long pause with just the sound of breathing. Then Nick says, I know. What's up with Frank? In the hospital, his mother called my pet medic. Doc Rivers sent a private ambulance. She went with him. That's a hard woman. Marge? You don't know the half of it. I believe I do, Billy thinks. If I'd hit her in the back of the head with that Glock instead of Frank, it probably would have bounced right off. Is our fat friend still in the land of the living? He was as of an hour ago when I called to tell him about what happened. He said I should have taken you more seriously. I said I thought 4 made guys plus Marge was pretty serious. Why do you ask? Did he procure Mr. K when he came to Vegas? It seems like the kind of job you'd delegate to. You are a lot smarter than I thought, Nick says, as if talking to himself. Smarter than anybody thought, except maybe for pigs. Did he or did he? Did he or didn't he? Well, yeah, kinda. Pigs get with Judy Blattner when he knew Kay was coming. They'd go over her picture books, try to find one he'd like. 10, 12 years ago, he would have wanted to, but his stamina's declined. He ain't what you'd call a gentleman, but he does prefer blondes. They have to be young. Well, duh, says. But the girls he went with in Vegas were never under 18. Judy's been around a long time and runs a legal escort. That means she can't say the girls are for sex, but she doesn't have to. Everyone knows. The street's clear of jailbait, though. Like it was poison, which it is. Thought of that jolly toad even with a girl Alice. When he wanted jailbait, he crossed the border. True. I want the fat man's number. You give it to me? Are you going after Mr. K? He is, but he's not going to say so, even on a burner phone. And believing Nick makes sure his personal phone is whistle clean. He only reiterates his question for Giorgio's number. Nick gives it to him. Will he talk to me? If I tell him to. If I say you're going to keep it business. He never would have gone along with this if he didn't need to do so. Do something that would force him to change how he's been living. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I didn't need to lose 200 pounds so the docs would give me a new liver. Like I told you, the money blinded me. Billy thinks it's as honest a confession as Nick will ever give anyone. Tell him I'm going to keep it business. Joel Allen is water under the bridge. When should I tell him to expect your call? Not tonight. Maybe not for a while. When's the transplant scheduled? It's not. And it won't be until December at least. Pigs has got to drink a lot of protein shakes and eat a lot of kale between now and then. All right. Billy tucks the cell number into his Dalton Smith wallet. Behind his Dalton Smith credit card. Take care of yourself, Nick. Wait. Billy waits, curious about what else. It was never because Kay didn't want to pay you $1.5 million. That's pocket change. It was because he insisted you be hit once the job was done. Said he wasn't going to make the same mistake he made with Alan. You get that, right? Yes. Nick went along with it. He gets that too. Does your Edward Woodley name still work? The account in Barbados? Yes. Although it's been dormant except for token deposits calls since 2014 or 2015. Check it tomorrow. Thank God you didn't kill Mark Abramowitz. He ain't great and he ain't made, but he's what I got since Pigs went to SA. All I can transfer right now and be safe is 300,000, but I'll put in more when I can. You'll eventually get your $1.5 million. Once in your life, be honorable. And he gave Nick back his life. Damned if the man isn't trying. In the only way he knows how. Money. Not going to say thank you, and I don't need you to. You're a good workman, Billy. You did the job. Billy pushes it. Still pissed. I would be. Hey, he cleans himself up with the wipes and baby oil as well as he can. Then showers until the brown water running down the drain is mostly clear. But he still gets more smeg on the two bath towels he uses to dry off. Alice asked him if he'd be able to sleep, and he said yes, but for a long time he can't. The time he spent at Promontory Point, probably only an hour, maybe even less, but it seemed like 5. Keeps running through his mind, especially going for Edison, flying splinters, flushing toilet. Thought 4 made guys was pretty serious, Nick said, but Sal, the gate guard, never got the mossy off his shoulder. Frank never turned around. Reggie wasn't carrying. Had to go for the boss's hideout. Dead. Only Dana Edison. Serious. He took his gun into the crapper. And Marge, of course. She was very serious. She had seen through his disguise almost immediately. Leave a good tip for the housekeeper. Leave a 20. He rolls over and is on the edge of sleep when something comes to him that he didn't like, and he rolls on his back again, staring up into the darkness. No, he doesn't like it at all. He left Shan's picture at the picture of Freddy the Flamingo, aka Dave the, taped to the dash of that old truck. He had time to take it, but it never even crossed his mind. All he wanted right then was to get the fuck gone. Forget it, he tells himself. It means nothing. This may be true, but it doesn't help. Because it was, he guesses that's the correct tense now. Pink like the baby sheep in Fallujah. The one he didn't have when they were ambushed in the funhouse. He's lost another good luck charm. He can tell himself that's nothing but superstition, no different than folks believing there were ghosts in the old hotel in Sidewinder that burned, but it makes him feel bad. All else aside, that picture was made for him out of love. Go to sleep, asshole. He finally does, but wakes up in the dead ditch of the morning, mouth dry, hands clenched. The dream was so vivid that at first he's not sure if he's in the Ramada Inn or his Gerard Tower office. He was working on his story and it must have been early days because he was still writing in his dumb self persona. There came a knock at the door. He answered it, expecting Ken Hoff or Phil Stanhope. More likely Hoff, but it was neither of them. It was Marge in the big blue dress she was wearing when he approached the Promontory Point service center. Only instead of a sombrero, she had a Vegas Golden Knights gimme cap jammed down over her hair. Instead of a trowel, she'd got Sal's Mossberg. You forget the flamingo? Fucking fuck. You forgot the flamingo, you fucking fuck. She said and raised the shotgun. Barrel looked as big as the entrance to the Eisenhower Tunnel. I pulled out of the dream before get fire, Billy thinks as he walked to the bathroom. While he pees, he thinks of Rudy Bell, aka Taco Bell. Bad dreams were common currency in Iraq, especially during the Battle of Fallujah. Taco believed, or said he believed, that if you died in a nightmare, you could actually die in Iraq. Frightened to death, my man, Taco said. What a way to go, huh? But I got out of this one before she could pull the trigger. Billy thinks as he trudges back to bed. She was a piece of work, though. Made Dana Edison with his prissy little man bun look like a street corner hood. The room is cold, but he doesn't bother turning on the heater because it will probably rattle. Motel wall units always rattle. He snuggles under the blankets and goes to sleep almost at once. There are no more dreams. 9. Alice votes for fried egg sandwiches from a drive-through instead of a sit-down breakfast because she wants to get on the road right away. I want to see the mountains again. I really love them, even though I had to gasp for air until I got used to the altitude. Billy smiles and says, "Okay, let's go." Shortly after they cross the Colorado line, Billy hears his laptop give a single ding-dong chime for the first time in can't remember how long, maybe years. He pulls over at the next turnout, gets it out of the back seat, and opens it. Ding dong means he's gotten an email from one of his several blind accounts. This one, Woodied667 at gmail.com. Messages from Travertine Enterprises. It's an outfit he's never heard of, but he has no doubt who's behind it. He double clicks and reads. "What?" Alice asks. He shows her Travertine Enterprises has put $300,000 in the account of Edward Woodley at the Royal Bank of Barbados. The only notation is for services rendered. Did that come from who I think it came from? Alice asks. No doubt, Billy says. They get rolling again. It's a beautiful day. They get to Bucky's place around 5 in the afternoon. Billy is called ahead from Riffle with an ETA, along with a heads up about their new ride. And Bucky's standing in the dooryard waiting for them. He's dressed in jeans and a fleece jacket, looking nothing at all like a man who used to live and work in New York. Maybe he's his better self out here, Billy thinks. He knows that Alice is. She's out of the car almost before Billy can come to a stop. Bucky holds his arms wide and shouts, "Hey, Cookie." She runs into them, laughing as he enfolds her. Look at that, Billy thinks. Look at that. Uh-oh. Bingo's blocking the route. Chapter 22. On. They stay with Bucky at his mountain retreat long enough to get snowed in for a day by an early season blizzard. The ferocity of the storm amazes, delights, and terrifies Alice all at the same time. Yes, she says she's seen snow in Rhode Island, plenty of it, but never snow like this, with drifts higher than her head. When it stops, she and Bucky go out and make snow angels in the backyard. After extended pleading, the hired assassin joins them. 2 days later, the temperatures are back in the 60s. Snow's melting. The woods are full of birdsong and the sound of meltwater. Billy never meant to stay so long. It's Alice's doing. She tells him that he needs to finish his story. Her words are one thing, quiet tone of conviction in which they're spoken is another, and more convincing. It's too late to turn back now, she says, and after some consideration, Billy decides she's right. There's no electricity in the little log cabin where you wrote about the funhouse and what happened there. So he lugs his battery-powered space heater to that space heater that warms the place up enough so he can write. If he leaves his jacket on, at least. Someone has hung up the picture of the hedge animals again, and Billy could swear that the lines are closer now. Their eyes redder. The hedge bull is between them instead of behind them. It was that way before, Billy insists. It must have been, because pictures don't change. Hell. This is true. In a rational world, it must be true. But he still doesn't like the picture. He takes it down again, turns it face to the wall. Again. He opens his story document and scrolls down to where he left off. At first, the work is slow and he keeps glancing into the far corner as if expecting the picture to be magically hanging up there again. He opens his story document and scrolls down to where he left off. First, the work is slow and he keeps glancing at the far corner, as if expecting the picture. It's not. After half an hour or so, it's only words on the screen he's looking. The door of memory opens and he goes through. For most of October, he spends his days on the far side of that door, even trudging up to the old cabin in a pair of boots borrowed from Bucky on the day of the big snowstorm. He writes about the rest of his tour in the desert, how he decided, almost literally at the last moment, not to re-up. He writes about the culture shock of returning to America, where nobody worried about snipers and IEDs. Nobody jerked and put his hands to his head if a car backfired. It was like the war in Iraq didn't exist, and the things his friends died for didn't matter. He writes about that first job. Assassinating the Jersey guy who liked to beat up women. He writes about how he met Bucky and he writes about all the jobs that followed. He doesn't make himself sound better than he was and writes it all too fast, come out clean. But it mostly does anyway. Comes out like the water running downhill through the woods when the snow melts. He's vaguely aware that Bucky and Alice have formed a firm bond. He thinks that for Alice, it's like finding a fine replacement for her to the father she lost early. For Bucky, it's like she's the daughter he never had at all. Billy doesn't detect the slightest sexual vibe between them, and he's not surprised. He's never seen Bucky with a woman, and while, granted, he's never saw Bucky face to face that often, the man rarely talked about women when they were together. Billy thinks Bucky Hanson might be gay. His 2 marriages notwithstanding, all he cares about is that Alice is happy. But Alice's happiness isn't his priority during that October. Story. And the story is now a book, no doubt about it, that no one will ever see, except maybe for Alice Maxwell. Doesn't faze Billy in the slightest. It's the doing that's important. She was right about that. A week or so before Halloween, on the day of brilliant sunshine and strong upcountry winds, Billy writes about how he and Alice, he has changed her name to Catherine, arrived at Bucky's cabin, name changed to Hal, and how Bucky held out his arms. "Hey, Cookie," and she ran into them. It's as good a place to stop as any. He saves his copy to the thumb drive, closes up his laptop, goes to turn off the space heater and stops. Picture of the hedge animals back on the wall, in that far corner of the cabin. And the hedge lines are closer still. He'd swear to it. That night over dinner, he asked Bucky if he put it back up. Bucky says he didn't. Billy looks at Alice, who says, "I don't even know what you're talking about." Billy asks where the picture came from. Bucky shrugs, "No idea. But I think those hedge animals used to be in front of the old Overlook, the hotel that burned. I'm pretty sure the picture was in the cabin when I bought this. I don't go up there much when I'm here. I call it the summer house, but it always seems cold, even in summer." Billy's noticed the same thing, although he chalked it up to the late season. Still, he has done amazing work there, almost 100 pages. Creepy picture and all. Maybe a chilly story needs a chilly writing room, he thinks. It's as good an explanation as any, since the whole process is a mystery to him anyway. Alice has made peach cobbler for dessert. As she brings it to the table, she says, "Are you finished, Billy?" He opens his mouth to say he is, then changes his mind. Almost. I have a few loose ends to tie up. Two. The next day is cold, but when Billy gets to the log cabin, he doesn't turn on the space heat. He doesn't take the picture down either. He has decided that Bucky's so-called summer house is haunted. He's never believed in such things before, but he does now. It's not the picture, or not just the picture. It's been a haunted year. He sits down in the room's only chair and thinks. He doesn't want to use Alice in what's ahead, the end of his business. But in this cold room with its strange atmosphere, he sees that he must. He sees something else as well. She will want to, because Roger Clark is not only a bad man, he's almost certainly the worst one Billy has ever been hired to take out. The fact that this time he's hired himself is beside the. Keep thinking about that horrible man with a child. That he deserves to die. Didn't want Trip Donovan dead, and she might not have wanted Clark dead either if he'd stuck to girls who were 17 or 16, maybe even 15. She would have wanted him to pay a price, yes, but not the ultimate one. Only Clark didn't stick to those. Clark had wanted to see what it was like. Billy sits with his hands on his knees and growing numb at the fingertip, his breath frosting the air with each exhale. He thinks of a girl not much older than Shanice Ackerman, brought to the little house in Tijuana. He thinks of her holding a stuffed animal, comfort, probably a teddy bear, instead of a pink flamingo. He thinks of her hearing heavy footsteps coming down the hall. He doesn't want to think about those things, but he does. Maybe he needs to. Maybe this haunted room with its haunted picture on the wall will help him do it. He takes out his wallet and finds a slip of paper. He wrote Giorgio's phone number. He makes the call knowing the chances of actually reaching the man are small. He may be in the gym of his fat farm prison, or in the pool, or dead of a heart attack, but Giorgio answers on the second ring. Hello? Hello, Mr. New York agent. It's Dave Lockridge. Guess what? Finished my book. Billy, Jesus Christ. You might not believe this, but I'm glad you're alive. Damned if he doesn't sound younger, Billy thinks. Stronger, too. I'm also glad I'm alive, Billy says. I didn't want to screw you over that way. You have to believe that, but you had to make a choice, and you made it. Did I like being fucked over by someone I trusted? Do I now? No. But I told Nick it was water under the bridge, and I meant it. Only you owe me something. I'm hoping you're man enough to pay up. I need some information. There's a brief pause, then. My phone's secure. How about yours? It's okay. I trust you on that. We're talking about Clark, right? Yes. Do you know where he is? He doesn't come to Vegas anymore, so it'll be either Los Angeles or New York. I could find out. He's not hard to keep track of. Do you know who's who supplies him with girls in LA and New York City and NYC. I used to do it with Judy before I retired, he says with no discomfort that Billy can detect. Judy Blattner? Nick says he doesn't touch. Nick says she doesn't touch jailbait. She doesn't. Nothing under 18. And that used to be good enough for Clerk. Then he wanted younger. He'd call, say he wanted dumplings. That was his code word. Dumpling, Billy thinks. Judy knows guys that are willing to find girls like that. Sometimes I'd deal with Clerk. Sometimes she would do it herself. Does Judy also know guys in Tijuana? Giorgio lowers his voice even though his phone is secure. You're thinking of the little girl. It didn't have anything to do with Nick or me. That was something the cartel arranged at Clerk's request. Let me be sure I have it straight. He's in LA, got the itch for a dumpling. He'd call you or Judy, and one of you would put him in touch with someone there. Except what we're really talking about is a pimp. Billy hunts for a phrase he wants. Goes with dumplings, which isn't surprising. Chicken ranch. Right. And if he's on the East Coast at the place in Montauk Point, he'd get the guy from New York. How many dates Clerks arranged since I left, I don't know. Dates. He actually gets concierge service? You could call it that. It's what he pays for. Much money changes hands, Billy. Now comes the big question. Does Judy ever call him? Like if she's heard about someone who'd be in his sweet spot? It happens from time to time, sure. More often now that he's reached an age when getting his noodle to stand up is a little more difficult. If you called Judy and said you had a girl he'd like, someone really special, would she pass it on? There's silence while Giorgio thinks it over. And he says, she would. She'd smell a rat. Her nose is what you'd call exquisite. But she'd do it. She hates that guy because of what he did in TJ. And if she thought someone was trying to fuck him up, maybe even arrange a hit on him, she'd shout, hooray, I feel the same. Feel about the same. Although it never stopped you doing business with him, Billy thinks. Or her. Okay, I'm going to call you back. I'll be here. I have no place to go and don't want to. I hate it. I hated it at first, but now I love it. Like alcoholics love sobriety. Once they get a hold on it, I guess. How much weight have you lost? 110 pounds. Holy shit. Giorgio says, with perhaps justifiable pride, I got another 90 to go. You sound good. Not so wheezy. Maybe if you lose the weight, you can skip the operation. Nope, my liver's shot, and it's not coming back. They've scheduled the op for 2 days after Feliz Navidad. So you better finish whatever business you have with me before then. The doc down here is so honest, it's brutal. He says my odds are 60-40 against coming through. I'll get back to you. But I won't bother praying for you, Billy thinks. I hope you get that child molesting perv who you work for, Billy thinks again. He doesn't have to say it because Giorgio says it for him. Sure, I carried his water. It was a lot of money and I wanted to live. Understood, Billy thinks, but hell will still be waiting for you, Georgie. And if there is such a place, I'll probably meet you there. We'll have a drink. Brimstone on the rocks. I always had an idea that stupid act of yours was a shuck. Billy says, we'll talk soon. Just don't wait too long, George says. Three. It's time to fill Alice in on what he has in mind, and Bucky deserves to be part of the conversation. He tells him at the kitchen table over coffee. When he finishes, he advises her to think about it. Alice says she doesn't need to. She's in. Bucky gives Billy a reproachful look that says, you turned her to the dark side after all. But he doesn't say anything. You said you got carded in bars, didn't you? Billy asks her. Yes, but I've only been in a couple. I only turned 21 the month before you met me. Never had a fake ID? Wouldn't have worked, Bucky says. I mean, look at her. They both look at her. Alice blushes and casts her eyes down. How old would you say? Billy asked Bucky. I mean, if you didn't know. Bucky considers 18, 19 at a stretch. Probably not 20. Billy says to her, how young could you make yourself look if you really tried? Question interests her enough to forget she's being studied, face and body, by two men. Of course, the question interests her. At 21, she has undoubtedly considered how she might make herself look older and more sophisticated, but younger? Why would she? I could get an elastic binder to make my boobs smaller, I guess. The kind that trans men wear. Flusher turns. I know they're not that big anyway, but a binder would help make me look, almost flat. Isn't that what Clerk likes? And my hair, she clasps it in one hand. I could cut it. Not pixie short, but enough to put it in little ponytails, like a high school girl. Clothes? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. No makeup, or not much. Maybe some pink bubblegummy lipstick. Do you think you could get down to 15? No way. 17, maybe, Bucky says. You might be able to do better than 17. Alice says, getting up. Excuse me, I need a mirror. When she's gone, Bucky leans across the table and speaks very quietly. Don't get her killed. I'm not planning on it. Plans go wrong. Four. The next day, Billy calls Giorgio again from the chilly summer house. It has occurred to him that he might not have to use Alice at all. He's a sniper, after all. Long distance delivery is specialty. He keeps his eyes on the picture as they talk, half expecting the hedge animals to move. They don't. He begins by asking Giorgio if he could put his sniper skills to work in the matter of Roger Clark. Not a chance. His place in Montauk Point is a 40-acre estate. Makes Nick's place in Nevada look like a tenement. Billy's disappointed but not surprised. That's where he is now? Where he is. Calls the place Eos after some Greek goddess. According to page 6 in the Post, he'll stay there until just before Thanksgiving, then whistle up his Gulfstream and head back to La La Land for the holidays with his remaining son and heir. Lollapalooza, Billy thinks. Will he have an entourage with him? Giorgio laughs, and the laugh turns into a wheeze. So maybe he isn't an entirely new man after all. You mean like Nick does? No way. Clark's got a TV in every room. I hear all on mute in all 2 different channels. That's his entourage. No security? Billy can't believe it. Clark is one of the richest men in America. Guys on the estate, you mean? Not if he thinks you're dead. And as far as he knows, you had no idea who paid for the Allen job anyway. He thinks I went to Nick's place just to collect my payday. Right. I'm sure he has a security company on call if he needs them. And he's probably got a panic button. But the only full-time guy is his assistant, William Peterson. You know, like the CIA, the GSI guy. The CSI guy. Billy has heard of the show but never watched it. Is Peterson a bodyguard as well as an assistant? Don't know if he's got judo or Krav Maga skills, stuff like that. But he's young and in shape. You could assume he's good with firearms, although he might not be actually packing a hip or in a shoulder rig. 8. Billy files the information away. Here's what I need from you. One thing you'll have to send. Do it and we're square. Hold on a second, okay? All business now. I'll do what you want if I can. If I can, I'll tell you. Give it to me. Billy gives it to him. Giorgio listens and asks a couple of questions, but he doesn't raise any problems that Billy hasn't already foreseen. It might actually work, assuming you've got a girl that can pass muster. I'll need you to email me some photos. Better send a couple dozen, actually. Mostly face. A few full body, but dressed modest. I'll pick the ones where she looks the youngest. He pauses. We're not talking about a real teenager, are we? No. Just almost teenager. One whose only sexual experience was a nightmare, muffled, most likely merciful, by Rohypnol or some similar drug. Good. Judy's man in New York is Darren Byron. Clerk's done business with him before, but so obviously you can't be him. But you could be his brother or cousin. Yes, I could. Although he supposes he'll need something pimp appropriate. Will Clerk expect her to spend the night? God, no. You park and wait. He does his thing, assuming the Viagra works, and then she's out and back in the car. An hour, 2 at most. Not going to be that long, Billy thinks. Not nearly. And any Viagra he takes will go to waste. Okay. We're going to roll east from where we are now. You and Bucky, me and the girl. When we get placed somewhere close to Montauk, try Riverhead, Hyatt or Hilton Garden Inn. You haven't lost a step, Bill. He almost expects Giorgio to say he'll make them a reservation. When we get placed, I'll call you. Okay. Let's start by sending me some stills of your swing. Swing? The girl, Billy. And she's got to be the right kind of girl. Young, yeah, but also wholesome. If she looks trampy, forget it. Understood. Something else occurs to him. You know anything about Frank McIntosh? He was alive when I left, but I hit him pretty hard. Doc Rivers got him stabilized, but after that, there was nothing he could do. He had a brain bleed, and Nick said that he might have had a heart attack to go with it. His ma took him to Reno. He's in a long-term facility. Palliative care, they call it. I'm sorry to hear that, Billy says, and he really is. Margie took an apartment nearby. Nick's paying for the whole deal. He's in a coma? Might be better if he was, Nick says. Marge told him he sleeps a lot, but when he comes around, he talks nothing but gibberish, has seizures, and screams a lot. Billy says nothing. He can think of nothing to say. Giorgio says, and not without admiration, "You must have hit him really hard." Elvis has left the building. 5. Billy, Bucky, and Alice go to Boulder, where Alice crawls through 3 different malls, shopping at stores with names like Deb, Forever 21, and Teen Beat. She discusses every choice with Bucky, who will be taking the picture. Giorgio or Judy Blattner will send to Clerk. Billy mostly follows them around, garnering suspicious looks from some of the sales staff. Alice buys a lightweight quilted parka, 4 skirts, 2 shirts, a blouse, and 3 dresses. One of the dresses has a boat neck top, but that's as close to sexy as any of the clothes get. Bucky vetoes a pair of low heels in favor of sneakers. He also vetoes some low-rise jeans she likes, at least for the picture, but the jeans for yourself if you want. But he'll want to see you in a dress. Once the shopping is done, $400 worth, she gets her hair cut at Great Clip. While she's occupied with that, Billy buys shoes, slacks, and a bomber jacket with inside pockets. He shows Bucky a lime green silk shirt, and Bucky clutches his head. "You're not going for the street corner pimp dad look. Concierge service, remember?" Billy puts the green shirt back on the rack and selects a gray one instead. Bucky looks it over and nods. Collar's a little Rick James for my taste, but never mind. Rick who? Never mind. As they walk back towards Great Clips, both of the men carrying bags, Alice comes bouncing out. Her hair is shorter and styled. She's wearing a Colorado Rockies hat with a ponytail threaded through the back. She breaks into a run, the ponytail swishing. Billy thinks, "Holy God, I think this really might work." Stylist tried to argue me out of cutting it. She asked me why I wanted to lose such beautiful hair that it must have taken me years to grow. But the best part, she asked me if I liked high school as much high school so much I wanted to look like I was still there. He laughs and raises a hand, palm out. Bucky gives her a high five. Billy does the same, but his enthusiasm is fake, and the excitement of the shopping expedition. Alice has forgotten why they're shopping. Thinks Bucky has too, because he's drafting off her happiness. But Billy remembers. He's thinking of that little girl in Tijuana, clutching a toy and listening to the sound of approaching footsteps. Alice wants to take the pictures as soon as they get back, but Bucky tells her to wait till the next morning when she's looking her youngest and freshest. He calls it the September morn look. Neil Diamond, right? My mom's a big fan. And to Billy, don't even ask, I called her last night. Maybe Bucky is thinking of Neil Diamond, but Billy is thinking of Paul Cavas and the girl in the house on the outskirts of TJ, Shanice Ackerman. In his mind, the two girls have become a pair. Bucky sets up their little photo. 7. Bucky sets up their little photo shoot the next morning. He wants to use the east-facing window for natural light. The sofa is there, but he says they could move it and put a chair there instead. When Billy asks why, Bucky says it's because sofas say sex, and that's not what the look they're going for. Innocent young girls is the look they're going for. Maybe selling herself just this once to help her poor old broke-ass mother. When Alice comes out in one of her new skirts and tops, Bucky tells her to go back into the bathroom and scrub off most of the makeup. You want just a little blush on your cheeks and enough mascara to make your eyelashes look good. Tiny touch of lipstick. Got it? Got it. Alice is excited. Kid playing dress up. When she's done, Billy asks Bucky how he knows about this stuff. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad because I couldn't do half as good a job. Just the clothes go a long way towards selling it. No, clothes are good, but it's mostly the hair, ponytail. How did you learn that stuff? You did? You did never. Billy trails off. What does he know about Bucky Hansen, really? That he brokered stick-up guys. That he's good at getting fugitives out of the country. That he has contacts in the legal profession, maybe even some top echelon of the New York City judiciary. If so, Billy doesn't know who any of those guys are. Bucky is discreet, which is probably one reason why he's still alive. Did I ever take pictures of young women dressed up to look like jailbait? No. But it was a thing for a while in the porno mags like Penthouse and Hustler back in the 80s. when there were porno mags. As for taking pictures, I learned at my father's knee. Thought you told me once that your father was a mortician somewhere in Pennsylvania. He was. So I also learned a lot about makeup and my daddy's knee. Photography was a sideline, yearbook photos and weddings, mostly. Sometimes I was his assistant in both jobs. I came to the right place, Billy says, smiling. You did. But Bucky isn't smiling back. Don't you get that young woman hurt, Billy? And if you do, don't come back here because the door will be closed to you. Before Billy can answer, Alice comes back in her white blouse, blue skirt, and knee socks. She looks very young, indeed. Bucky seats her in the chair and tilts her head this way and that until the muted morning light is shining on her face to his liking. He's using Billy's phone to take pics. He says he has a Leica and would love to use it, but that would be a little too pro. Clerk might not register that and be suspicious, but then again, he might. TV and movies are a big part of his business after all. Okay, let's get this party started. No big grin, Alice, but a little smile. Remember what we're going for. Sweet and demure. Alice tries for sweet and demure, then dissolves into a fit of giggles. Okay, Bucky says, that's fine. Get it out of your system, and remember that the man who's going to be looking at these is a fucking pedophile. That sobers her up, and he goes to work. For all his pre-shoot fussing, the actual photography doesn't take long. He shoots 16 or 18 of Ponytail Alice in various outfits, but always, even in the boat neck dress with the low top sneakers, he shoots a dozen more of Barrette Alice and finishes with a dozen of Alice Band Alice. He makes 3 sets of 8x10s on his color printer so they can each look at a stack. Bucky tells Billy and Alice to pick half a dozen they think are the best and says he'll do the same. At one point, Alice cries out in a mixture of glee and dismay, Jesus Christ, I look about 14 in this market, Bucky says. When they're done, they have all agreed on three of the shots. Bucky adds 2 more and tells Billy to email those 5 to Giorgio. He's pimped for the nasty old lizard before, so he'll probably know whether or not Clerk will bite. Not yet. I'll do it once we're on the road and headed to New York. What if Clerk tells Giorgio he's not interested? We'll go anyway, and I'll find a way in. We will. You're not leaving me behind in a motel this time. Billy doesn't reply. He thinks it's a decision he'll make when and if the time comes. Then he thinks of what Alice has been through and what Clerk has done. The girl's even younger than this one. and realizes it might not be his decision to make. 8. That night he calls Nick for the last time. You still owe $1.2 million too. I know, and you'll get it. Our friend paid off as far as he knows. You're dead. Add another 200,000. Call it a bonus for the shit you put me through. And send it to Marge. Frank's mother? Are you serious? Yes. Tell her it's from me. Tell her to put it toward Frank's care. Tell her I did what I had to. But I'm sorry. I don't think your apology will cut it much. Will cut much ice. Marge is, he says, Marge is Marge. You could also tell her that what happened to him ultimately comes back to you, not me, but I don't really expect that. There's silence for a few seconds, and then Nick asks about the rest of what Billy's owed. Billy tells him exactly how he wants it handled. After some discussion, Nick agrees. Does that mean he'll actually do it if Billy isn't around to make sure? Billy has his doubts because he has no idea how long Nick's gratitude at being spared will last. But he intends to make sure his wishes are carried out because he has no intention of dying in New York. Roger Clerk, who's going to do the dying. Good luck, Nick says. I mean that. Uh-huh. Just see that Frank is taken care of. And the other thing. Billy, I just want to tell you, Billy ends the call. He has no interest in what Nick wants to tell him. The books are balanced. He and Nick are done. 9. Billy's ready to go early the next morning, but Bucky asks him to wait until 10 o'clock because he has an errand to run. While he does it, Billy visits the summer house one final time. He takes the picture of the hedge animals off the wall and carries it to the end of the path. He looks out over the gorge for a minute or two, across the place where the reputed haunted hotel once stood. Alice thought she saw it, but Billy sees only a few charred remnants. Maybe, he thinks, the site is still haunted. Maybe that's why no one rebuilt on it, although the location looks prime. He throws the picture over the edge. He peers over the lip of the drop and sees it caught in the top of a pine tree, about 100 feet down. Let it rot there, he thinks. Goes back to the house. Alice has put their little bits of luggage in the Mitsubishi. There's no reason not to drive it east. It's a good vehicle. It can't be tracked. Reggie won't miss it. Where did you go? Just for a walk. Wanted to stretch my legs. They're sitting in the rockers on the porch when Bucky comes back. I saw a friend and bought you a little going away present, he says, and hands Alice a pistol. Sig Sauer P320 subcompact. 10 in the mag plus 1 in the pipe. Small enough to carry in your purse, it's loaded. So be careful how you grab it. if you have to take it out. Alice looks at it, fascinated. I've never fired a gun before. It's simple enough. Just point and shoot. Unless you're standing close, you probably unless you're standing close, you'll probably miss your target anyway, but you might scare someone off. He looks at Billy. You have a problem with her carrying, speak up. Billy shakes his head. One thing, Alice. If you need to use it, use it. Promise me. Promise. Okay, now give me a hug. He hugs him and starts to cry. Billy thinks that's good. She's feeling her feelings, as they say in the self-help groups. It's a long, strong hug. Bucky lets loose after 30 seconds or so and turns to Billy. Now you. Little aids he cares for man hugs. He does it. For years, Bucky has just been a business associate. But over the last month or so, he's become a friend and gave them shelter when they needed it. And he's on board with what lies ahead. More important than those things, he's been good to Alice. Billy gets behind the wheel of the Mitsubishi. Bucky walks around the passenger side looking very Colorado in his jeans and flannel shirt. He makes a cranking gesture and Alice powers down the window. Bucky leans in and kisses her on the temple. I want to see you again. Make sure I do. I will. Alice says she's crying again. I sure will. Okay. Bucky straightens and stands back. Now go get that son of a bitch. Ten. Billy stops at the Walmart Supercenter in Longmont, getting as close to the building as possible to improve the Wi-Fi connection. Using his personal laptop, which is VPN equipped, he sends the pictures of Alice to Giorgio and asks him to post them on the clerk, pass them on to clerk ASAP. Tell him the girl's name is Rosalie. He has a widow. He has a widow. He has a window. It opens 3 days from now and will close 4 days after that. Price is negotiable, but floor is $8,000 for 1 hour. Tell him Rosalie is prime stuff. Tell him to check with Judy Blattner if he doubts that. If you want, tell him that you will make the arrangements free of charge, compensate for the unavoidable complications on the Allen job. Tell him the delivery rep will be Darren Bryan's cousin, Stephen Bryan. Stephen Byrne. Let me know as soon as you hear. He signs it B. They stay that night at a Holiday Inn Express in Lincoln, Nebraska. Billy is bringing in their luggage on the courtesy trolley when he hears his phone ding with the text. He observes with zero nostalgia that it's from his old literary agent. Giorgio? Alice asks. Yes. What does it say? Billy hands her his phone. G. Russo. He wants her. November 4th, 8 p.m. 775 Montauk Highway. Text me thumbs up or down. Are you sure you want to do this? Your call, Alice. He finds thumbs up. Sends it. We left Lincoln early and drove east on I-80 for the first hour or so. We didn't talk much. Alice had my lappy open and was reading everything I'd written in the summer house. On the outskirts of Council Bluffs, a car blipped past us with a clown and a ballerina looking at us from the back seat. Clown waved. I waved back. Alice, do you know what today is? Thursday? She didn't look up from the screen. It made me think of Derek Ackerman and his friend Danny Fazio back on Evergreen Street. Hypnotized by whatever they were looking at on their phones. Not just any Thursday. It's Halloween. Okay. Still not looking up. What did you go as? Your favorite, I mean. Once I was Princess Leia. Still not looking up from what she was reading. My sister took me around the neighborhood. In Kingston, right? Right. Get much swag? She finally looked up. Let me read, Billy. I'm almost done. So I let her read, and we rolled deeper into Iowa. No big changes there, just miles of flatland. At least she closed the laptop. At last she closed the laptop. I asked her if she read it all. Just to where I came into the story. The part where I threw up and almost choked. That was hard to read about, so I stopped. By the way, you forgot to change my name. I'll make a note. The rest I knew. Miles. Remember, Blacklist on Netflix, and how we watered the plants. Daphne and Walter. Do you think they lived? I'm sure they did. Bullshit. You don't know if they did or not. I admitted that was true. And neither do I. But we can believe they did if we want to, can't we? Yes, we can. That's the advantage of not knowing. Alice was staring out the window at miles of cornfield. All brown now and waiting for winter. People can choose to believe any old thing they want. I choose to believe that we'll get to Montauk Point and do what we came to do and get away with it. And live happily ever after. Okay, I said. I'll choose to believe that too. After all, you've never been caught yet. All those killings and you got away with them all. Sorry you had to read about that. But you said I should write down everything. She shrugged. They were bad people. They all had that in common. You didn't shoot any priests or doctors or crossing guards. That made me laugh, and Alice smiled a little. But I could tell she was thinking. I let her do it. The miles rolled by. I'm going back to the mountains, she said, at last. I might even live with Bucky for a while. What do you think of that? I think he'd like it. Just to get started until I can find work and get my own place. Start saving up money to go back to school. Because you can start college whenever you want. Sometimes people don't start college until they're in their 40s or even their 60s, right? I saw a thing on TV about a man who started when he was 75 and got his diploma when he was 80. My spidey sense tells me it's not business school you're thinking about. No, regular school. Maybe even the University of Colorado. I could live in Boulder. I like that town. Any idea what you'd want to study? She hesitated, as if something had occurred to her, and she changed her mind. History, I think, or sociology, maybe even theater arts. Then as if I had as if I had objected to the idea, not for acting. I wouldn't want to do that. But the other stuff, sets and lighting and all that, there's so much I'm curious about. I said that was good. What about you, Billy? What's your happily ever after? I didn't have to think about it. Since we're dreaming, I'd like to write a book. I tapped the laptop, which she was still holding. Until I wrote that, I didn't know I could. Now I do. What about this story? You could fix it up, turn it into fiction. I shook my head. No one but you is ever going to see it. And that's all right. It did its job. It opened the door. And I don't have to give you an alias. Alice was quiet for a while. Then she said, "This is Iowa, right?" "Right. Boring." I laughed. "I bet the Iowans don't think so." "I bet they do, especially the kids." I couldn't argue with her there. "Tell me something." "I will if I can." "Why would a man in his 60s want to be with a girl as young as Rosalie is supposed to be? I don't get that. It seems, I don't know, grotesque." Insecurity? Or maybe trying to connect with the vitality he's lost, reaching back into his own youth and trying to connect with it. Alice considers these ideas, but only briefly. Briefly. Sounds like bullshit to me. It did to me too, actually. I mean, think about it. What what would clerks talk about to a 16-year-old girl? Politics? World events? His TV stations? And what would she talk about to him? Cheerleading and her Facebook friends? I don't think he's looking for long-term relationships. That deal was 8,000 for 1 hour. The deal was 8,000 for 1 hour. So it's fucking for the sake of fucking. Taking for the sake of taking. That seems so hollow to me, so empty. And that little girl in Mexico? He fell silent and watched Iowa roll by. Then she said something, but so low I couldn't make it out. What? Monster. She was still looking out at the miles of dead corn. I said monster. We spent Halloween night in South Bend, Indiana, and the 1st of November in Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. As we checked in, my phone binged with a text from Giorgio. G. Russo, Peterson RK, assistant, wants a picture of Darren Burns' cousin, for identification purposes. Send it to Judy B 14455 at AOL.com. You will pass it on at no charge. You'd be happy if RK ran into some bad luck. Peterson wanting a photo was worrisome, but not surprising. He was Clerk's on-site security, as well as his assistant, after all. Alice told me not to worry. She said she would cut and restyle the black wig I'd worn to Promontory Point. Sometimes it's good to have a sister who's a hairdresser, she said. We went to Walmart. Alice found a pair of aviator-style glasses and some cold cream that she said would give me an Irish pallor. Also a small clip-on gold earring, not too ostentatious, for my left ear. Back in the motel, she combed the black wig back from my forehead and told me to prop the aviators on it. Like you think you're a movie star, said. Put on the shirt with the high collar, and remember that as far as Clark and this guy Peterson know, Billy Summers is dead. She took the picture against a neutral background, the brick wall of the Best Western where we were staying. We examined it together closely. Good enough? I mean, you don't look like you to me, especially with that snarky grin, but I wish we had Bucky to help us. I think it is. As you said, it helps that they think I'm buried in the Paiute foothills. This is quite a little conspiracy we've got going, Alice said, as we went back inside. Bucky, your make-believe literary agent, and now some big shot Vegas madam. Don't forget Nick, I said. He stopped halfway down the corridor to our rooms, frowning. If any of them called Clerk and told him what's going on, it would. Probably be a nice payday for them. Not Majarian or Mr. Piglielli, and Bucky wouldn't ever. But what about the Blattner one? He won't either. I said, basically, they've all had enough of him. You hope. I know. I said, and hoped I did. In any case, I was going in, and it looked more and more like Alice would be going in with me. We stayed in New Jersey on the night of November 2nd. The following night, we checked into Riverhead Hyatt 50 miles from Montauk Point. Giorgio had indeed made reservations from his Fat Farm prison, South America, because he knew I had no Stephen Byrne ID. I was reserved under the Dalton Smith name. And because this place was quite a bit more fancy schmancy than the motels where we'd previously stayed, Alice had to show her new Elizabeth Anderson ID. Giorgio made dinner but as sharp as ever. Had also reserved a double room, prepaid for Stephen Byrne, Rosalie Forrester. Clerk wouldn't check, such chores were beneath him, but Peterson might. If the clerk told Peterson that Byrne and Forrester hadn't checked in yet, Peterson would be too concerned. Peterson wouldn't be too concerned. Pimps weren't known for keeping regular schedules. Before leaving the desk, I asked if there was a package. Turned out there was, from Fun and Games Novelties in Las Vegas. Non-existent company, no doubt. Giorgio had ordered it at my request. Opened it in my room with Alice looking on. Inside was a small, unmarked aerosol canister about the size of a roll-on deodorant tube. No oven spray this time. What is it? Fentanyl. In 2002, the Russians pumped a version of this into a theater where 40 or 50 Chechen rebels were holding 700 people hostage. The idea was to put everyone to sleep and end the siege. It worked, but the gas was too strong. 100 of the hostages didn't just go to sleep, they died. I doubt if Putin gave a shit. This stuff is supposedly half strength. It's Clerk we're after. I don't want to kill Peterson if I don't have to. What if it doesn't work? Then I'll do whatever I need to. Alice said. November 4th was a long day. Days of waiting always are. Alice brought out her tank suit and swam in the pool. Later on, we took a walk and ate a pickup lunch at a hot dog wagon. Alice said she wanted a nap. I tried to take one and couldn't. Later, while she was restyling the wig again to match the photo, she admitted she hadn't been able to either. And I didn't sleep much last night. I'll sleep when this is over. Then I'll sleep a lot. Fuck it, I said. Stay here. Let me do this. Alice cracked a small smile. And what would you say to Peterson when I showed up without the $8,000 girl? I'll think of something. You might not even get in. If you did, you'd have to kill Peterson. You don't want to do that. And I don't want you to. I'm going. So that was that. We left at 6. Had a picture of the estate from Google Earth and directions on how to get there on the GPS. This late in the season, the traffic was light. I asked her if she wanted to stop at one of the fast food places on the outskirts of Riverhead, and she gave a brittle laugh. If I ate anything, I'd throw up all over my nice new dress. It was the boat neck purple with white flowers. She was wearing her new parka, but not zipped, so the place where her cleavage began would show. There wasn't much else up front because she was wearing a mid-length binder underneath. Instead of a bra, her handbag was on her lap. The SIG was inside. I was wearing my new bomber jacket. The Glock was in one of the inside pockets. The aerosol can was in the other. Montauk Highway makes a loop, said. I knew that. I'd studied the layout on my laptop that afternoon when I couldn't nap, but I let her talk. She was working on her nerves, trying to sand them down. You go past the Lighthouse Museum and take your first left. EOS isn't a seafront estate. He traded that for the view, I guess. I doubt if he water skis or body surfs at his age. Anyway, are you scared? No, not for myself at least. And I'll be scared for both of us. Don't mind. She consulted the map on her phone. Looks like number 775 is about a mile in, right after the Montauk Farm store. That must be handy. Fresh veggies. You look good, Billy. Iris is all get out. Can you stop somewhere? I have to pee so bad. Stopped at a place called the Breezeway Diner, about halfway between Riverhead and Alice dashed inside and thought about driving on. Everything Bucky had told me not to do with her. To her was doing. Soon she would be an accessory to the murder of a rich and famous man. That would only be if things went right. If they didn't, she might wind up dead. But I stayed because I needed her to get in. But also because she had a right to decide. Came out smiling. That is so much better. And as I pulled back onto the highway, I thought you might leave me. Crossed my mind. Said from the look she gave me, I thought she knew better. She straightened in her seat and tugged the hem of her dress to her knees. She looked like a prim and proper high school, the kind they don't seem to make anymore. Let's do this. We passed the Lighthouse Museum, and the left turn came up less than 100 yards further on. It was full dark now. Somewhere off to the right was the sound of the ocean. A crescent moon flickered through the trees. Alice leaned over, fussed briefly with my wig, and sat back. We didn't talk. The numbers on Montauk Highway started at 600. For reasons probably only known to town planners who had long since gone to their final rewards. I was surprised that the houses, although well kept, were mundane. Most were ranches on Cape Cod that wouldn't have looked at a place on Evergreen Street. There was even a trailer park, a nice one with carriage lamps and gravel lanes, granted, but a trailer park is a trailer park. Montauk Farm Store, really just a jumped up produce stand, was dark and shuttered. There were a few lonely pumpkins in the pyramid by the door, and a few more in the back of an old stake bed truck with for sale soaped on one side of the windshield and runs good on the other. Alice pointed at a mailbox beyond the store. That's it. I slowed. Last chance, are you sure? If you're not, we can turn around. I'm sure. She was sitting ramrod straight, knees together and hands clasped on the strap of her purse. Eyes straight ahead. I turned onto a piece of shit dirt track marked with a sign reading private way. Became clear almost at once that the dirt track was camouflage to deck curious tourists. Over the first hill it became a tar road, wide enough for cars to pass each other comfortably. I crept along using my high beams, thinking that this was my second trip to the estate of a bad man. I hoped this one would be quicker and more efficient. We rounded a curve ahead of us, and ahead of us, a slatted wooden gate, 6 or 7 feet high, blocked the road. There was a talk box on a concrete pillar, lit by a metal shaded light. I pulled up to it, rolled down my window, and thumbed a button. Hello? Thought Alice and Bucky concurred that trying for an Irish lilt might be disastrous, and there was no reason why Byrne had to have one. Not if he'd lived his whole life in New York. Meanwhile, the box on the post wasn't talking back to me. Hello? This is Steve Byrne, Darren's cousin. Yo, I got something for Mr. K. More silence, giving me, Alice too, from the look of her, reason to think something had gone wrong and we weren't going to get in. Not this way, anyhow. Then the box crackled, and a man said, "Get out of the car." flat and toneless. Could have been a cop's voice. You and the young lady both. You'll see an X in front of the gate, right in the middle. Stand there and look to your left. Stand close together. I looked at Alice and she looked at me wide-eyed. I shrugged and nodded. We got out and walked to the gate. The X maybe once blue, but now faded to gray, was on a concrete square. We crowded together on it and looked left. Up. Look up. We looked up. It was a camera, of course. I could hear a faint voice murmur something. Then whoever was holding down the intercom button in the house, Peterson, I assumed, let go, and there was only silence. No wind, and too late in the year for crickets. What's happening? Alice asked. I didn't know, but I thought it probable they were listening. So I told her to shut up and wait. Her eyes widened, then she got it and said, "Okay, sir," in a meek little voice. The intercom clicked and the voice said, "I see a bulge on the left side of your jacket. Mr. Byrne, are you armed?" That, that was one hell of a good camera. I could say. I could say no, and the barrier would no doubt stay closed, no matter how much Clerk wanted the girl. "Yeah, I'm carrying," I said, "for protection only. Take it out and hold it up." I took out the Glock and held it up to the camera. "Put it at the base of the intercom post. You won't need protection here, and no one will steal it. You can pick it up on your way out." I did as I was told. Aerosol can was much smaller, so there was no bulge on the side of the jacket. And if I could immobilize the man who belonged to the intercom voice, Clark would be no problem, or so I hoped. I started back to the concrete square, but the voice from the intercom stopped me. "No, Mr. Byrne. Stay where you are, please." There was a pause, and then the voice said, "Actually, I want you to take 2 steps back, please." Took 2 steps back toward the car. "Now, one more," the voice said, and I understood. They wanted me off camera. Clerk wanted to size up the merchandise and decide if he really wanted to buy or to send us on our way. There was a faint whine from the camera. I looked and saw the lens was now protruding, zooming the image. I thought the voice would next ask Alice to show the camera what was in her purse, and the SIG would end up at the base of the intercom post along with the Glock. But that wasn't it. "Lift your skirt, young lady," Peterson's voice, but it would be Clark looking avid eyes in the wrinkled sockets, staring at the ground instead of at the camera. Alice lifted her skirt to her thighs. The bruises there were long gone. Her legs were smooth, young. I hated the voice. I hated both of them. "Higher, please." For a moment, I didn't think she was going to do it. Then she lifted her skirt to her waist. still not looking up. There was no doubt about her humiliation, and I had no doubt Clerk was getting off on it. Now look up at the camera. She did it. Keep holding up your skirt, Mr. Clerk. Would like you to run your tongue around your lips. No, I said, that's enough. Alice dropped her skirt and gave me a look that asked what the hell I was doing. I stepped back into the camera range and looked up. You've seen enough, okay? Anything else is for inside. Fucking cold out here. I thought about throwing in another yo, decided not to. And I want the money in my hands before she steps through the door. Once she does, the clock is running. You got it? There was silence for maybe 30 seconds. I was getting that hinky feeling again. Come on, said, taking her arm. Fuck this shit. We're tail light. But then the gate started to roll open on little rubber wheels. A voice from the intercom said, "It's 8/10 of a mile, Mr. Byrne. I will have your money." Alice got in on her side and I got in on mine. She was shaking. I rolled up the window before telling her, just above a whisper, that I was sorry about that. I don't care if they saw my underpants. I just thought they were going to make me open my purse and he'd see the gun on his damn camera. You're a kid, I said. I looked in the rear view and saw the gate trundling closed behind us. I don't think the idea that you were carrying ever crossed his mind. Then I thought he wouldn't let us in at all. I thought that man would say, "You're no 16-year-old. Get out of here and stop wasting our time." Now there were old-fashioned lamps lining both sides of the road. Ahead I could see the lights of the house the old man had named Eos, after the rosy-fingered goddess of the dawn. "Better give me the gun," said. She shook her head. "I want it. You've still got the spray." There was no time to argue about it. The house, the manor, was in sight. It was a rambling stone structure on at least 2 acres of lawn. A rich man's playpen, for sure, but with a grace of stone on places Nick liked could match. There was a turnaround in front. I pulled up at the stone steps leading to a circular entry. Alice reached for the door handle. "Don't. Let me come around and open it for you, like a real gent." I went around the hood of the Mitsubishi, opened the door, and took her hand. It was very cold. Her eyes were wide, and her lips were pressed together. I murmured in her ear as I helped her out. "Walk behind me and stop at the foot of the steps. This is going to happen fast." Pretty scared. Don't be afraid to show it. You'll probably like that. We walked to the steps. There were 4. She stopped at the bottom. The outside light came on, and I could see her shadow jump long, hands still clasping her purse, holding it in front of her as if it could shield her from what was going to happen in the next 300 seconds or so. big front door opened, casting an oblong of inside light around me. The man standing there was tall and well built, with the light before him, with the light behind him. I couldn't judge his age or even make out his face, but I could see the holster on his hip, a small holster for a small gun. What's she doing down there? Tell her to come up. Money first, I said, and over my shoulder, stay put, girl. Peterson reached into his front pocket, the one on the other side from the holster, which was undoubtedly lined with plastic for a fast, smooth draw, should it be needed, and drew out a wad of bills. He handed it to me and said, "You don't sound like a Mick." I laughed and started to thumb through the bills. They were all hundreds. Man, after 40 years in Queens, I hope not. Where's the big man? None of your business. Send the girl up. Park over there by the garage and stay in the car. Yeah, sure. But now you made me lose my fucking count. I started again. Behind me, Alice said, "Billy, I'm getting cold." Peterson stiffened slightly. "Billy? Why does she call you Billy?" I laughed. "Oh, man. She does that all the time. Boyfriend's name." I gave him a grin. "You don't know she's here. Get it?" Peterson said nothing. He didn't look convinced. His hand crept toward the quick-draw holster. "This is good, man. Pot's right," I said. Shoved the money into my pocket of the bomber jacket and brought out the aerosol. Maybe he saw it, and maybe he didn't, but he started to draw the little gun anyway. I made a fist with my free hand and brought it down on his, like a kid playing rock, paper, scissors. Then I sprayed him. White cloud of droplets hit him in the face. It was small, but the result was satisfactory. He rocked back and forth twice, then dropped. The gun fell on the stoop and went off with a report, like a small firecracker. They are not supposed to do that, so he must have messed with it somehow. I felt the bullet go past my ankle and turned to make sure it hadn't hit Alice. Came running up the steps looking dismayed. Sorry. That was stupid. I forgot who." From inside the house, a cracked smoker's voice shouted, "Bill? Bill!" I almost answered, then remembered that the man lying in the foyer was also a Billy. It's a common enough name. "What was that?" A loose phlegmy cough, followed by a throat-clearing sound. "Where's the girl?" Door opened halfway down the hall. Clerk came through it. He was dressed in blue silk pajamas. White hair was combed back in a pompadour that made me think of Frank. He had a cane in one hand. "Bill, where's the girt?" He stopped and squinted at us. He looked down and saw his man sprawled on the floor. Then he turned and hobbled for the door. He'd come through, hunched over his thumping cane, holding it in both hands, almost pole vaulting on it. He was faster than I would have expected, given his age and condition. I ran after him and remembered to Remembered to hold my breath as I went through the foyer and caught him trying to shut the door. I shoved it against him and he fell over. His cane went flying. He sat up and stared at me. We were in a living room. The rug he had sprawled on looked expensive, maybe Turkish, maybe an Al Balsam. There were paintings on the walls that looked especially expensive. Furniture was heavy, upholstered in velvet. There was a chrome stand holding a bottle of no doubt expensive champagne on a bed of ice. He started to back away from me on his bottom, groping for his cane. His careful comb job was coming apart, hair falling in clumps around his wrinkled sag bag of a face. His lower lip shiny with spit, stuck out in kind of a pout. I could smell his cologne. What did you do to Bill? Did you shoot him? Was that the gunshot? He got hold of the cane and brandished it at me. As he sat there with his legs splayed, his pajama pants were working down, exposing padded hips and graying pubic hair. I want you out of here. Who are you, anyway? I'm the man who killed your son, I said. His eyes widened. Slashed the cane at me. I grabbed it, yanked it out of his hand, and threw it across the room. You had someone set that fire in Cody. Arranged for your camera crew to be the only one at the courthouse when the deal went down, didn't you? He stared at me, upper lip rising and falling. Doing that made him look like an old dog with a bad temper. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. That diversion wasn't for me. It was way too soon. So why? Clark got on his knees and crawled towards the sofa, giving me a much better view of his ass crack than I wanted. He pulled it ineffectually at the waistband of his pants. I could almost feel sorry for him, except I didn't. Mr. Clerk would like to see your underwear. Mr. Clerk would like you to run your tongue around your lips. Why? As if I didn't know. You need to answer me. He grabbed the arm of the sofa and pulled himself up. He was gasping for breath. I could see the flesh-colored button of a hearing aid in one ear. He sat down with a thump and a gasp. All right. Alan tried to blackmail me. I wanted to watch him die. Of course you did, thought. And I bet you watched it over and over, both at regular speed and in slow motion. Your Summers. Majarian told me you were dead. And then with absurd and horrifying outrage, I paid that kike millions of dollars. You robbed me. Should have asked for a picture. Why didn't you? He didn't reply. I didn't need him to. He had been emperor so long he couldn't conceive of not being obeyed. Film and execution. Kill the executioner. Lift your skirt and show me your panties. This time, I want her really young. I owe you money. Is that what you're here for? Tell me something else. Tell me how it was, putting out a hit on your own flesh and blood. Lip lifted again, showing teeth too perfect for the face they were in. He deserved it. He wouldn't stop. He was a clerk stopped, squinting past me. Who's that? Is it the girl I paid for? Alice came into the room and stood beside me. She was holding her bag in her left hand. The cig was in her right. You wanted to know what it was like, didn't you? What? I don't know what you're to rape a child. You wanted to know what it was like. You're crazy. I don't have any idea. It probably hurt. Like this. Alice shot him. I think she was aiming for his balls, but she hit him in the stomach instead. Clerk screamed. It was very loud. It was a very loud scream. It banished the harpy who had taken over her head and pulled the trigger. She dropped her purse and put her hand over her mouth. I'm hurt, the clerk shrieked. He was holding his stomach. Blood oozed through the fingers and into the lap of his silk pajamas. Oh my God, I'm hurt. Alice turned to me, eyes wide, wet, mouth open. He whispered something I didn't quite hear because the gunshot from the Sig Sauer had been much louder than the one from Peterson's little pistol. It might have been, I didn't know. I need a doctor. It hurts. The blood was pouring out of him now. He was forcing it out with his screams. I took the gun from Alice's limp hand, put the muzzle to his left temple, pulled the trigger. He flopped back on the sofa, kicked once, and fell on the floor. His days of raping children and murdering sons, God knew what murdering sons and God knew what else were over. It wasn't me, Billy. It wasn't me who pulled the trigger. I swear it wasn't. Only it was. Something inside her had risen up, a stranger, and now she would have to live with its presence because that was her, too. She'd see it in the next time she looked in the mirror. Come on. I slipped the cig in my belt and put the strap of her bag over her shoulder. You need to go. It was like I was outside myself. And I know. You need to go, Alice. It was so loud. Wasn't it loud? Yes, very loud. Come on. I led her back down the hallway, only noticing now that it was lined with tapestries of knights and ladies fair and, for some fucked up reason, windmills. Is he dead too? He was looking at Peterson. I took a knee beside him, but didn't need to feel for a pulse. I could hear his breathing, good and steady. He's alive. Will he call the police? Eventually. But we'll be long gone by the time he comes around. And he's going to be fucked up for a long time after he does. Clark deserved it, she said, as we went down the steps. She swayed, maybe because she'd gotten a little of the gas, maybe because she was in shock, maybe both. I put an arm around her waist. He looked up at me. Didn't he? I think so, but I don't really know anymore. What I know is men like him are above justice in most cases, except the kind we gave him. For the girl in Mexico and for the murder of his own son. But he was a bad man. Yes, very bad. We got in the car and drove the rest of the way around the circle, and I wondered if the monitor the two men had been watching had recorded us as well. If it did, it would only show a guy with black hair and a young girl who had lifted her skirt, but only twice, and briefly lifted her head. After she got rid of the blonde hair, she'd be next to impossible to identify. I was more concerned about the gate. If we knew a code to open it, we were if we needed a code to open it, we were in trouble. But when we pulled up close, the car broke an invisible beam and the gate trundled open. Stopped beyond it, put the car in park, and opened the door. What are you stopping for? My gun. You made me leave it at the bottom of that post. It's got my fingerprint on it. Oh my God, that's right. Stupid. Not stupid, woozy. And in shock. It will wear off. She turned to me now, older than her years instead of younger. Will it? Do you promise? It will, and I do. I got out of the car and started around the hood. I was still in the glare thrown by the headlights, like an actor on a stage, when the woman came out of the trees 10 feet from the gate. She was wearing camo pants and a camo jacket instead of a blue dress. It was a pistol instead of a trowel in her hand. She had no business being on this side of the continental United States, or anywhere except at her damaged son's bedside. But I knew who it was. There wasn't even a second's doubt. I raised the SIG, but she was faster. You fucking fuck, Marge said, and fired. I fired a second later, and her head snapped back. She went down with her sneakers sticking out into the road. Alice was screaming and running to me. Are you hurt, Billy? Are you hurt? No, she missed me. Then I felt the pain start in my side. Not a clean miss, after all. Who was that? An angry woman named Marge. That struck me as funny because it sounded like the title of the kind of film smart people go to see in the art cinemas. I laughed at that, I laughed, and that made my side hurt more. Billy? She must have guessed where I was going, or maybe Nick told her about Clark. But I don't think so. I think she was just good at keeping her ears peeled while she served lunch and dinner. The woman who was gardening when you drove up to the service gate? Yes, her. Is she dead? Alice's hands were at her mouth. If she's not, please don't kill her the way. I'm not going to kill her if she's still alive. I could say that because I knew she wasn't. It was all in the way her head snapped back. I knelt beside her, but only briefly. She's gone. I winced when I stood up. I couldn't help it. She said she didn't hit you. In the heat of the moment, I didn't think she did. It's just a graze. I want to see. I did too, but not right then. We have to get out of here before we do anything else. 5 gunshots is 4 too many. Get my Glock from where I put it. When Alice did that, I took the gun Marge had used, a Smith & Wesson ACP, and replaced it with a Sig Sauer. After first wiping it clean on my shirt, and then curling her dead fingers around it, I wiped the aerosol canister, put her prints on it, tucked it into one of her jacket pockets. When I got up the second time, the pain in my side was a little worse. Not terrible, but I could feel the seep of blood starting my high class, staining my high class pimp shirt. Worn once and ruined, thought. What a shame. Maybe I should have stuck with the green one. Said, this is done. Let's get out of here. We drove back to Riverhead, stopping on the way for Band-Aids, roll of gauze tape, hydrogen peroxide, and betadine ointment. Alice went into the Walgreens while I waited in the car. By the time we got to the hotel, my midsection and left arm had stiffened up considerably. Alice used her key to let us in the side door in my room. She had to help me off with the bomber jacket. She looked at the hole in it, then at the left side of my shirt. Oh my God. I told her it looked worse than it probably was. Most of the blood had dried. She helped me with the shirt and invoked God's name, God again. But this time it was a bit muffled because her hand was over her mouth. That's not just a graze, true. The bullet had slashed through me just above the hip bone, parting the skin and the flesh. The wound was maybe half an inch deep. Fresh blood oozed and seeped. In the bathroom, she said, if you don't want to leave a lot of blood around, it's almost stopped. Bullshit. Every time you move, it starts again. You need to get undressed and then stand in the tub while I dress the wound, which I've never done before. If you want to know, although my sister did it to me once when I crashed my bike into the Zemeckis mailbox. We went into the bathroom and I sat on the toilet lid while she took off my shoes and socks. I stood up, provoking fresh seepage, and she unbuckled my pants. I want to take them off myself, but she wouldn't let me. Made me sit on the toilet again, then knelt and pulled them off by the legs. Underwear too. They're soaked through on the left side. Alice, don't argue. You've seen me naked, right? Think of it as balancing the scales. Get in the tub. I stood up, dropped my shorts, and stepped into the tub. She kept a steadying hand on my elbow while I did it. There was blood down my left leg to the knee. I reached for the shower handle and she pushed my hand away. Maybe tomorrow or the next day, not tonight. She started the tub faucet, wetted a washcloth and cleaned me up, avoiding the wound. Blood and small blots ran down the drain. Dear God, she cut you wide open, like with a knife. I saw worse in Iraq. Guys were back clearing blocks the next day. Is that really true? Well, 2 days, maybe 3. He wrung out the washcloth and tossed it into the plastic-lined wastebasket. Then gave me another wipe with another to wipe the sweat off my face. She took it and tossed it with the other one. Those go with us. She patted me dry with a hand towel, tossed that into the wastebasket, then helped me out of the tub. It was harder getting out than it had been getting in. Alice walked with me to the bed, where I sat down carefully, trying to stay straight from the waist up. She helped me on with my last pair of clean undershorts and disinfected the wound, which hurt worse than the bullet had when it clipped through me. The band-aids were no good. The wound was too long and the edges had spread, creating a wedge-shaped divot in my side. She used the gauze and tape instead. At last she sat back on her heels. Her fingers were stained with my blood. Try to lie still tonight. On your back. Don't roll around and break it open. Get blood on the sheets. Maybe you ought to lie on a towel. Probably a good idea. Went to go get one. Bath towel. This time she also brought the plastic bag with the towel and washcloth in it. Got Tylenol in my purse. I'll give you 2 and leave 2 for later, okay? Yes, thank you. She looked straight at me. No thanks needed. I'd do anything for you, Billy. I wanted to tell her not to say that, but I didn't. I said we need to get out of here in the morning, early. It's a long drive back to Sidewinder, and just shy of 2,000 miles. Said, Googled it. I don't know how much of the driving I can do. None would be good, at least to start with, unless you want to open that wound up. And you need stitches, but I'm not trying that. I don't expect you to. I can live with some scarring. A couple of inches farther in, I would have been in real trouble. Marge. Jesus. Fucking Marge. Don't turn down the bedspread, Alice. I'll sleep on top of it. If I could sleep, that was. The pain wasn't terribly intense. Now that the sting of the hydrogen peroxide had worn off, but it was steady. Just spread the towel. He did, then sat where I had been sitting. Maybe I should stay, sleep on the other side. I shook my head. No, bring me the Tylenol. Then I'll sleep in your room. You'll need to sleep if you're going to be doing the driving. I glanced at my watch and thought it was 11:15. I'd like to be out of here by 8 at the latest. We were out by 7. Alice took the wheel as far as New York metro area, then turned the driving chore over to me with obvious relief. I got us across New Jersey and into Pennsylvania. At the welcome area just over the state line, we changed places again, then wound in my the wound in my side was seeping again, and before we stopped for the night at another off-grid motel, we'd have to pick up more gauze. It was going to be okay, but I was going to have one hell of a battle scar. Go with my half-missing big toe. And no Purple Heart this time. That's right, we stayed at Jim and Melissa's roadside cabins. 10% discount for cash. Following day I felt better, my side not so stiff, painful. And I was able to do some driving. We stopped on the outskirts of Davenport at a ramshackle motel called the Bidawee. I'd spent most of the day thinking and deciding what came next. There was money in 3 separate accounts, one of them accessible only to me as Dalton Smith, an identity that was, by the grace of God, still clean, at least as far as I knew. There would be more in the Woodley account if Nick came through, and I thought he would. His Roger Clark problem had been solved, after all, and to his great financial benefit. Before she went into the room, I hugged Alice and kissed her on both cheeks. She looked at me with dark blue eyes I'd come to love, just as I'd loved Shan Ackerman. Shan Ackerman's dark brown ones. What was that for? Just felt like doing. Okay, she stood on tiptoes and kissed me on the mouth, firm and long, and I felt like doing that. I don't know what my expression was, but it made her smile. You're not going to sleep with me. I understand that. But you need to understand that I'm not your daughter, and my feelings for you aren't in the least bit daughterly. She started away. I wasn't going to see her again, but there was one more thing I needed from her. Hey, Alice. Hi, Glug. And when she turned back, how are you doing with it, with Clark? He thought it over, running a hand through her hair as she did. As she did it. She was back to black. I'm getting there, she said, crying. I decided that was good enough. That night, I set my phone alarm for 1 a.m., long after she would be asleep. When I got up, I checked the bandage. No blood, hardly any pain. Pain had been replaced by the deep, dry itch of healing. There was no stationery in the Bidawee, of course, but I had a Staples pad from the Girard Tower in my suitcase. I tore out a couple of pages and wrote my goodbye letter. Dear Alice, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. One of the reasons I wanted to stop here is because it's a truck stop. Happy Jack's, half a mile down the road. There, I'm sure I can find a long haul independent who'll let me ride along with him for $100. It's got to be west or north of west or north. Either of those will be okay. Just south or east. I've been there and done that. I'm not deserting you. Believe it. I rescued you when those three bad and stupid men dumped you on the side of Pearson Street, didn't I? Now I'm rescuing you again. Trying at least. Bucky said something I haven't forgotten. He told me you'd follow me as long as I let you. And if I let you, I'd ruin you. I know he was right about the following part. After what we did at Clerk's estate in Montauk Point, I think he was right about the ruining part, too. But I don't believe it's happened yet. When I asked you how you were doing with Clerk, you said you were trying. I know that you are. And I'm sure that in time you will succeed in putting that behind you. But I hope it won't be too soon. Clerk screamed, didn't he? He screamed that it hurt. And that, and I hope those screams will haunt you long after you've gotten over my going. Maybe he deserved to be hurt after what he did to the girl in Mexico and his son and the other girls, them too. But when you administer pain to someone, not little pain like the healing wound in my side, but a killing shot, it leaves a scar. Not on the body, but in the mind and spirit. It should, because it's no little thing. I need to leave you because I too am a bad man. This was knowledge I pushed away from my heart before, mostly with books, but I can't push it away any longer, and I will not risk infecting you more than I already have. Go to Bucky, but don't stay with Bucky. He cares for you, he will be kind to you, but he is also a bad man. He will help you start a new life as Elizabeth Anderson, if that is what you want. There is money in the account of a man named Edward Woodley, and if Nick comes through, there will be more. There is also in the bank of Bimini in the name of James Lincoln. Bucky has both passwords and all the account information. He will give you advice on how to manage the flow into your own account and put you in touch with a tax advisor. That part is very important because money that can't be accounted for is a trap door that can open under your feet and when you least expect it. Some of the money is for Bucky. The rest is yours. For school and for a start in life as a fine independent woman, which is what you are, Alice, and what you will be. Stay in the mountains if you want to. Boulder is nice. So is Greeley and Fort Collins and Estes Park. Enjoy your life. At some point, perhaps when you are in your 40s and I'm in my 60s, you may get a call from me. We can go out for a drink. Make that 2 drinks. You can toast Daphne and I'll toast Walter. I have come to love you. I have come to love you, Alice, so very much. If you love me as you have said, then bring that love into the world as a real thing by living a fine and useful life. Yours, Billy. P.S. I'm taking my laptop. It's an old friend, but leaving the thumb drive with my story on it. It's in my room, along with the keys to the SUV. The story ends when we left for Montauk Point, but perhaps you could finish it. Certainly you must be very familiar with my style by now. Do with it as you will. Just leave the Dalton Smith name out of it. And yours. I folded the note around the key to my room, printed her name on it, and pushed it under her door. Goodbye, Alice. I slung my laptop over my right shoulder, picked up my suitcase in my right hand, and left by the side door. Half a mile down the road I stopped to rest and to do one thing. I opened the suitcase, took out the 2 guns, my Glock and the ACP Margaret shot me with. I unloaded them and threw them as far as I could. The bullets would go into one of the trash cans at the truck stop. With that taken care of, I started walking towards the lights and the big trucks and the rest of my life. Maybe even towards some kind of atonement. If that's not too much to ask for, probably it is. I will. Okay, I'm going to take a restroom break right there, and we'll get back to what I believe is probably the last chapter. Chapter 24. 1. November 21st, 2019. A week from Thanksgiving. But the occupants of the house at the end of Edgewood Mountain Drive aren't in a Thanksgiving frame of mind. It's cold outside, colder than a well digger's belt buckle, Bucky says. And snow is on the way. He's lit a fire in the kitchen stove and sits in one of his rocking chairs, dragged in from the porch, with his sock feet up on the fender. He's got an open laptop, rather scratched and battered, balanced on his thighs. Door opens behind him and footsteps approach. Alice comes into the kitchen and sits at the table. She's pale and at least 10 pounds lighter than the first time Bucky saw her. Her cheeks are hollowed out, giving her the look of a half-starved fashion model. Finished or still reading? Finished, just looking at the end again. That part doesn't make much sense. Alice says nothing, because if he left you the thumb drive, the part about him walking down the road and throwing away the guns couldn't be on it. Alice says nothing. Since she arrived at Bucky's place, she has said very little. Bucky hasn't pushed her. What she's done, mostly, is sleep and write on the laptop. Bucky now closes and holds up MacBook Pro. Nice gadget. But this one has been around the block a few times. Yes, Alice says, I guess that's true. So in the story, Billy took his laptop with him. But here it is. Add the stuff that couldn't be on the thumb drive, and it's kind of science fiction type story. The young woman sitting at the kitchen table says nothing. Still, there's no reason it shouldn't hold together. No reason for people who read it to think he didn't just walk away and is living out west somewhere, or in Australia. He also talked about that, maybe writing a book, another one. He always talked about that too, but I never thought it would come to anything. He looked at her. Alice looks back. Outside it's cold, wind is blowing, and it looks like snow. But it's warm here in the kitchen. Knots popping in the stove. Last Bucky says, will people read it, Alice? I don't know. I'd have to change the names. He shakes his head. Clark's murder was worldwide news still. He sees her disappointment and shrugs. They'd maybe think it was a romaniclef. That's French. I learned it from him. He said it while I was reading the old paperback picked up at the Strand. Valley of the Dolls, it was called. He shrugs again. Just as long as you keep me out of it, I don't care. Call me Trevor Wheatley or something and put me up in Saskatchewan or Manitoba. As for Nick Majarian, that motherfucker can take care of himself. Is it any good, do you think? He puts the laptop, Billy's old standby, on the kitchen table. I think so. but I'm no literary critic. Does it sound like him? Bucky laughs. Sweetheart, I never read anything you wrote, so I can't say for sure. But it sure sounds like his voice, and the voice stays the same all the way through. Put it this way, I can't tell for sure where you took over. Smiles have been in short supply since Alice came back, but gives him one now. That's good. I think it's the most important part. Did you make that up about him being a bad man too? She doesn't drop her eyes. No, he said it. You wrote what you wished had happened, Bucky says. The hero of the story walks away into the future, toting his suitcase. Now tell me what really did happen. So she does. They drive back to Riverhead, stopping on the way for Band-Aids and a roll of gauze tape, hydrogen peroxide, and betadine ointment. Alice goes into the Walgreens while Billy waits in the car. At the hotel, they enter by the side door. Once they're in his room, he helps him off with the bomber jacket. There's a hole in it, and another in his shirt. Not a rip, but a hole. And not in the side, as he told her, farther in. Oh my God, Alice says. Her voice is muffled because her hand is over her mouth. That's not a graze, that's your stomach. I guess it is. Or maybe a little lower. Sounds bemused. In the bathroom, Alice says, if you don't want to leave a lot of blood around. But once they're in there and she helps him get his shirt off, she sees there is almost no blood coming from the red black hole. She's able to cover it with one of the Band-Aids. And after she used the hydrogen peroxide and a little betadine, she has to help him back to the bed. He's walking slowly and listing to the right. His face is sheened with sweat. Marge. Says fucking Marge. He sits down but gasps when his body bends. Alice asks him how bad it hurts. Not too bad. Are you lying? No. Well, a little. Touches his stomach to the right of the hole. Gasps. Don't. We have to get you to a hospital. She stops. Can't. Can we? It's a gunshot wound and they have to report though. You're turning outlaw on me, he says. Grins. You really are. Alice shakes her head. Just watched too much television. I'll be okay. I saw worse in Iraq. Guys are back cleaning blocks the next day. Alice shakes her head. You're bleeding inside, aren't you? Hi, Alan Cass. Jump in the pool if you like. I'll be okay, so worse than it. Alice shakes her head. You're bleeding inside, aren't you? And the bullet's still in there. Billy doesn't reply. She stares at the Band-Aid. It looks stupid, like something you put on a scrape. Try to lie still tonight, on your back. Do you want Tylenol? I've got some in my purse. If Tylenol's what you've got, I'll take. He gives him two and helps him sit up so he can take them with water. He coughs, cupping his hand over his mouth. He grabs the hand and looks at it. There's no blood on his palm. Maybe that's good. Maybe it isn't. Doesn't know. Thank you. Thanks needed. Do anything, Billy. He presses his lips together. We need to get out of here in the morning, early. Billy, we can't. What we can do is we can't what we can't do is stay here. I'll call Bucky. He's got connections. One of them might be a doctor in New York who can treat a gunshot wound. Billy shakes his head. That could happen on a TV show, or in a TV show. Not in real life. Bucky's not that kind of fixer. But if we make it back to Sidewinder, gun country, he'll be able to find somebody. That's almost 2,000 miles. Googled it. Billy nods. You'll have to do some of the driving, maybe even most of it. If we need to make it as fast as we can, if there's a snowstorm, God help us. 2,000 miles? Feels like a weight on our shoulders. There might be a way to speed the plow. It's the name of a play. Never mind. Grimacing, he reaches into his back pocket, brings out his wallet, hands it to me. Find my ATM card. There's a machine on the mezzanine level. My passcode is 1055. Can you remember that? The machine will let you take $400 tomorrow morning before we leave. You can get another 400. Why so much? Never mind now. What I'm thinking of may not work anyway. But let's be optimists. Let's be optimists. Find the card. He thumbs through his wallet and finds it. The embossed name is Dalton Curtis Smith. He holds it up, eyebrows raised. Go, girl. The girl goes. The mezzanine level is deserted. Music plays softly. Alice puts the plastic in and punches the code. He half expects the machine to eat the card, maybe even start sounding an alarm. But it pops back out and the money does too. Nope, no DayZ stream. I haven't streamed DayZ in a while. We're doing the ducks because I'm doing a book reading. All 20s, fresh and uncreased. He folds them and puts the wad in her purse. When she comes back to Billy's room, he's lying down. How is it? Not terrible. I was able to go to the bathroom and take a leak. No blood. Maybe the bullet being in there is good. It might be stopping up the bleeding. This sounds unlikely to Alice. Like her grandmother saying a little cigarette smoke blown into an aching ear would quiet the pain. But she doesn't say so. She roots in her purse instead and comes out with her bottle of Tylenol. How about another one of these? Not yet. He gets him a glass of water in the bathroom, and when she comes back, he's sitting up with his hand pressed to his side. He takes the pill and lies down again, wincing. I'm going to stay with you. Don't even think about arguing. He doesn't. I'd like to be out of here by 6, 7 at the latest. We'll get some sleep. 3. And did you? Bucky asks. Get some sleep? A little, not much. I doubt if he got any. I didn't know how bad it was, how deep the bullet went in. I'm guessing it perforated his intestines, maybe his stomach. Could you have found him a doctor if I'd called you? Bucky thinks it over. No, but I could have reached out to someone who might have been able to reach out to someone else on short notice. Someone of a someone of a medical persuasion. Would Billy have known that? Bucky shrugs. He knows I have a lot of connections in different fields. And why wouldn't he at least let me try? Maybe he didn't want to, Bucky says. Maybe Alice just wanted to get you here. Be done. Four. They leave the hotel at 6:30. Billy's able to walk to the car unassisted. He says that with a couple more of Alice's Tylenols on board, the pain is pretty manageable. Alice wants to believe it and Alice wants to believe it and can't. He's walking with a limp, hand pressed to his left side. Gets into the passenger seat with slow, almost glassy care of an old man with arthritic hips. He starts the engine, gets the heater going against the morning chill, then hurries back inside to get another $400 from the ATM. He snags a trolley for their luggage, trundles it out to the car. Let's roll, he says, trying to buckle his seatbelt. Fuck, I can't get. She does it for him, and then they roll out. It's Route 27 to the Long Island Expressway and the LIE to I-95. The traffic gets progressively heavier on the expressway. Alice drives, sitting bolt upright, hands clutching the wheel at 10 and 2. Nervous about the river of cars passing on both her left and right. She's only had a driver's license for slightly over 3 years, and she's never driven in traffic like this. In her mind, she sees half a dozen accidents waiting to happen because of her inexperience in the worst. They are killed instantly in a 4-car pileup. In the second worst, they survive, but the responding police discover that her companion has a bullet in it. Gut. Take the next exit, Billy says. We'll switch. I'm going to drive us through the metro area, then across Jersey. Once we're in Pennsylvania, you can take over. You'll be fine. Can you? Absolutely. A strained grin she doesn't like appears. His face is damp again, sweat running in little rivulets, and his cheeks are flushed. Can he have a fever-induced infection already? And it doesn't take long. Alice doesn't know, but she knows Tylenol won't stop it if he does. If we're lucky, I may even be able to do it in relative comfort. Alice changes lanes to line up with the exit. Someone honks and she jumps. Her heart skips in her chest. The traffic is insane. That was their bad. Tailgating son of a bitch. Probably a Yankee fan. There, see that sign? That's what we want. Sign shows a hand waving truck driver jumping back and forth over 16 wheeler outlined in pink neon. Below it, also in pink neon, Happy Jack's truck stop. Thought on her way out on a better day, or Marge perforated. We have almost a full tank of gas, Billy. Gas isn't what we want. Pull around back and put this in your purse. Run to the seat. He takes Marge's Smith & Wesson ACP. Don't want it. This is absolutely true. She never wants to touch another gun in her life. I get that, but take it anyway. It's not loaded. Chances that you even have to show it are about 1 in 100. Takes it, drops it in her purse, drives around to where she dozens of ranked long haul trucks, most of them grumbling quietly. No lot lizards, they must be sleeping in. What are lot lizards? Whores? Truck stop whores? Yes. Charming. You need to stroll along those trucks, kind of like you were shopping back in those malls where you bought your clothes. Because shopping's what you're doing. Won't they think I'm a lizard? This time it's not the grin, but the smile she comes to love. He scans her blue jeans, her parka, and most of all her face, which is innocent of makeup. Not a chance. I want you to hunt for a truck with a visor turned down. There'll be something green on it, like a piece of paper or celluloid, or maybe some ribbon on the door handle. If the trucker's in the cab, you step up and knock on his window. With me. With me? Yes. If the driver doesn't just wave you off, if he rolls down his window, you say that you're on a long trip, like coast to coast long, and your boyfriend is having back spasms. Tell him you're doing most of the driving and you were hoping to find pain meds stronger than aspirin or Tylenol for him, and some stimulants stronger than coffee and Monster Energy drinks for you. Got it? Now she understands. 2 visits to the ATM. I'm hoping for Oxycontin, but Perks or Vikes would be okay. If it's Oxy, tell him you'll pay 10 for 10s and 80 for 80s. I don't understand. $10 for 10 milligram tablets, 80 for 80 mil. The greenies, if he tries to jack you up, to double that. Billy shifts in his seat and grimaces. Tell him to take a hike. Speed for you. Adderall is good. Provigil may be even better. Got it? Alice nods. I need to go inside and pee first. I'm pretty nervous. Billy nods and closes his eyes. Lock up, right? I'm in no shape to fight off the carjacker. He pees, picks up some snacks and drinks in the store, then goes out and starts walking around the trucks out back. Someone wolf whistles after her. She ignores it. She's looking for the turned down visor, or something green on it, or a ribbon blowing from a door handle. What she finds just after she's about to give up is a rumbling Peterbilt with a green Jesus stuck to the dashboard. She's scared, thinks the man behind the wheel will probably either laugh at her or give her a "you're crazy" look. But Billy is in pain, and she'll do anything for him. She steps up and knocks. The window rolls down. It's a Scandinavian looking dude with straw blonde hair and a big old jelly belly. His eyes are ice blue. He looks at her with no expression. "If you're looking for help, honey, call AAA. She tells him about the back spasms and the long drive. Says she can pay if it's not too much. "How do I know you're not a cop?" The question is so unexpected she laughs. And that's the convincer. They dicker. She ends up parting with 500 of the $800 for 10 milligram oxy. 10 milligram oxy. 180, what Billy called a greenie, and a dozen orange Adderall tabs. She's pretty sure he jacked her up most righteous. But Alice doesn't care. She runs back to the Mitsubishi with a smile. Part of it is relief. Part of it is sense of accomplishment. Her first drug deal. Maybe she really is turning outlaw. Billy's dozing with his head back and his chin pointing at the windshield. His face is thinned out. Some of the stubble on his cheeks is gray. He opens his eyes when she knocks on the window and leans over to unlock the door, wincing as he does. He has to push on the steering wheel to get straight in his seat again. He thinks he won't be able to drive them 2 miles, let alone across New York and New Jersey in heavy traffic. "Did you score?" he asks, as she slides in behind the wheel. She opens the handkerchief into which she's folded the pills. He looks and says it's good. She did well. Makes her happy. "Did you have to show the gun?" She shakes her head. Didn't think you would. He takes the greenie. "I'll save the rest for later." "Won't that knock you out?" "No, people who use it to get high get. I'm not using it for that." "Will you actually be able to drive? Because I can try." "Give me 10 minutes, then we'll see." It's 15. Then he opens the passenger door and says, "Switch places with me." He walks around the car without limping too much, gets behind the wheel, without wincing at all. Johnny Capsure's right. This stuff is mad. Of course, that's what makes it so dangerous. "You're okay? Good to go," Billy says. For a while, anyway. He swings out of the back lot where the big trucks sleep and merges smoothly onto the LIE, slotting nearly behind a pickup hauling a boat trailer and ahead of a dump truck. Alice thinks she would have hesitated for a minute with the exit traffic backing up behind her, honking like crazy. When she finally pulled out, she would have gotten slammed from behind. As soon as they're up to 65, Billy's moving in and out of slower traffic with no hesitation. He wants for the drug to start messing with his timing. It doesn't happen. Get some news on the radio, he says. Try 1010 winds on the AM. She finds winds. There's a story about a pipeline leak in North Dakota, plane crash in Texas, and a school shooting in Santa Clara. There's nothing about the murder of a media mogul at his estate on Montauk Point. That's good, Billy says. We need all the running room we can get. Outlaws for sure, she thinks. By the time the New York skyline is on the horizon, he's sweating again, but his driving remains firm and confident. They take the Lincoln Tunnel into New Jersey, with Alice calling out direction from her GPS. Billy gets to I-80. He doesn't make it all the way to Pennsylvania state line, but pulls off at a tiny rest area in Netcong Borough. All I can do, he says, your turn. Taking Adderall now and probably another 2 around 4 o'clock. When you start to fade, then keep driving as long as you can. Try to make it until 10 o'clock. By then we'll have put almost 800 miles behind us. Alice looks at the orange pill. What's it going to do to me? Billy smiles. You'll be fine, trust me. She swallows the pill. Billy slides slowly from behind the wheel, makes it halfway around the hood of the Mitsubishi, then staggers, and has to hold on. Alice gets out in a hurry and steadies him. How bad? Not bad, he says, but her eyes are on him and he says, actually, pretty bad. I'm going to get him back and stretch out as much as I can. Give me 2 of those 10 milligram oxys. Maybe I can sleep. He supports him to the back door best she can. Helps him in. He wants to pull up his shirt and look at the area around the Band-Aid, but he won't let her, and she doesn't press him. Partly because she knows he wants her to get going, and partly because she knows she wouldn't like what she'd see. The pill is working. At first she thinks it's her imagination, but when her heartbeat is ramping up, but her heartbeat is ramping up isn't imagination, and neither is the way her vision seems to be clarifying. There's grass around the rest area. Rest area's little brick comfort station, and she can see the shadow thrown by each blade. A fluttering potato chip bag looks, there's no other word for it, delicious. She discovers that she wants to drive now, wants to watch the Mitsubishi swallow up the miles. Billy either reads her mind or knows from experience how the Adderall is hitting a girl who's never taken a stimulant stronger than her morning coffee. 65, he says. 70 if you have to pass a semi. We don't want any flashing blue lights, okay? Okay. Let's roll. 5. We roll all right, Alice says. My mouth got dry and I finished both of my Diet Cokes and his Sprite. But I didn't have to pee for the longest time. It was like I left my bladder at Happy Jack's truck stop. Speed does that, Bucky says. You probably didn't want to eat either. I didn't, but I knew I had to. I stopped around 3 o'clock for sandwiches. Billy stayed in back. He was sleeping, and I didn't want to wake him. Bucky doubts very much if Billy was sleeping, not with his internal bleeding. It was spreading infection, but he keeps quiet on that score. Took 2 more of the pills and kept driving. We stopped for the night at a no-tell motel, our specialty, outside Gary, Indiana. Billy was awake by then, but he made me check in. I had to help him to the room. He could barely walk. I told him to take more of the Oxycontin, and he said he had to save them for tomorrow. I got him on the bed and looked at the wound. He didn't want me to, but by then he was too weak to stop me. Alice's voice remains steady through all of this, but she wipes her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater again and again. Was it turning black? Necrotic? Alice nods. Yes, and swollen. I said we had to get him help. He said no. I said I was going to get him a doctor, and he couldn't stop me. He said that was true, but if I did, there was a good chance I'd spend 30 or 40 years in jail. By then it was on the news about Clerk. You think he was just trying to scare me? Bucky shakes his head. He was trying to take care of you. If the cops and the Phoebes, they'd be involved, could connect you to what went down at Clerk's place, you'd go away for a very long time. And once the cops put you with Billy at the Hyatt, you'd be connected. You're saying that to make me feel better. Bucky gives her an impatient look. Of course I am. But it happens to be the truth. He pauses. When did he die, Alice? 6. Neither of them sleep worth a damn. Billy because he's in pain that must be excruciating. Alice because she's still feeling the remnants of speed up pills her system has never encountered before. Around 4:30 in the morning, long before first light, he tells her they need to get going. Says they'll have to help him to the car, and he'd like that to happen before the world wakes up. He takes 4 of the remaining Oxy's 10s and uses the bathroom. He goes in after him. He flushes away the worst of the blood. He's flushed away the worst of the blood, but there's still some on the rim of the toilet and on the tiles. He wipes it up and takes the plastic trash bag with them. Outlaw mentality. By then the pain pills are working, but it still takes almost 10 minutes to get him in the car because he has to rest after every 2 or 3 steps. He's leaning heavily on her and gasping like a man who's just finished a marathon. His breath is rank. She's terrified that he'll faint. She'll have to drag him because she can't carry him. So they make it all right. Slowly, with a series of little whimpering cries she hates to hear, he manages to crawl in the back seat. But when he's in as well as he can be, with his head pillowed on one arm, he manages a remarkably sunny smile. Fucking Marge. If she'd hit just half an inch further to the left, we could have avoided all this mischievous. Fucking Marge, she agrees, keeping it at 60 except to pass 75 once we get to Iowa and Nebraska. We don't want to see any flashing blue lights. No flashing lights. Roger that, she says and gives him a salute. He smiles. I love you, Alice. Alice takes 2 of the Adderall. She considers and adds a third. Then she gets going. Eat free. The traffic south of Chicago is horrible. 6 or 8 lanes in either direction. But with the Adderall on board, Alice navigates through it fearlessly. West of the metro area, the traffic thins out. Some of the towns roll by. LaSalle, Princeton, Sheffield, Anawan. Her heart beats in her chest, nice and tight. She locks in. Got the hammer down like a trucker. And in a country song. Every now and then her eyes flick to the rear view and to the prone shape folded in the back seat. As they leave Davenport behind and enter the wide, flat spaces of Iowa, its fields now gray and still, waiting for winter, he begins to talk. It makes no sense. It makes all the sense in the world. He's in the dark, you think. He's in the dark and in pain, looking for a way out. Oh, Billy, I am so sorry. There's a lot about Kathy. He tells her not to bake the cookie. Wait until Ma comes home to help her. Tells Kathy someone hurt Bob Raines and he's going to come home mean. He says Corrine stuck up for him. The one who did. The only one who did. He talks about Shan. There's something about a shooting gallery. He talks about someone named Derek and someone named Danny. He tells these phantoms that he won't take it easy on them just because he's a grown-up. Alice thinks he's talking about Monopoly because he says to hurry up and shake the dice. And the railroads are a good buy, but the utilities aren't. Once he shouts, making her jump and swerve. Don't go in there, Johnny, he says. There's a mooge behind the door. Throw in a flashbang first and get him out of there. He talks about Peggy Pie and the girl from the foster home where he stayed after his mother lost custody. He says paint is the only thing holding this goddamn house together. He talks about the girl he had a crush on, sometimes calling her Ronnie, sometimes calling her Robin, which Alice knows was her real name. He says something about a Mustang convertible and something about jukebox. It would play all night if you hit it in just the right place. Tack, remember? He talks about the toe that was partially lost, and the baby shoe that was entirely lost. Bucky and Alice, and someone named Therese Raquin. He returns again and again to his sister and to the policeman who took him away to the house of everlasting paint. He talks about thousands of cars with their windshields shining in the sun. He says they were smashed beauty. He is unpacking his life in the back seat of his stolen car, and her heart breaks. Finally, he falls silent, and at first she thinks he's gone to sleep. But the third or fourth time she looks in the rear view and sees him lying there so still with his knees pulled up, she thinks he's dead. They're in Nebraska now. He pulls off at the next exit for Hemingford home. And onto two-lane country blacktop running straight as a string between walls of corn that's finished for another year. That day is almost over. Goes a mile, comes to a dirt road and pulls onto it. Driving in far enough to be hidden from the blacktop road. Gets out and opens the back door, and is at first relieved to see him looking at her. Next, terrified by the thought that he's died with his eyes open. Then he blinks. Why'd we stop? I need to stretch my legs. How are you, Billy? Stupid question. But what else is there to ask? Do you know who I am? Or do you think I'm your dead sister? Are you going to be in your right mind for a while? And by the way, is it too late? Alice thinks, and she knows the answer to that one. Help me sit up. I don't know if that's good. Help me sit up, Alice. So he knows. And he's with her, at least for now. Takes his hands and helps him sit up. With his feet on the unnamed dirt road in a town called Hemingford home. In the mountains of Colorado, it will already be almost dark. Here in the flatlands, the afternoon is stretched into evening, even though it's November. Here the evening redness of the west spills over corn that rustles and sighs in a light breeze. His hands are hot and his face is burning. There are fever blisters on his lips. I'm pretty well done. No, Billy, no. You need to hold on. I'll give you 2 of the oxys, and there are a couple of those speed pills left. I'll drive all night. No, you won't. I can do it, Billy. I really can. He's shaking his head. She's still holding his hands. She thinks if she lets go, he'd flop back onto the seat, and his shirt would pull up, and she'd see his belly, now all blackish gray, with red tendrils of infection reaching up to his chest, to his heart. Listen to me now. Are you listening? Yes. I rescued you after those men dumped you. All right? Now I'm rescuing you again. Trying to, anyway. Bucky told me you'd follow me as long as I let you. If I let you, I'd ruin you. He was right. You didn't ruin me. You saved me. Hush. Not ruined yet. That's the important thing. You're okay. I know because when I asked you how you were doing with Clerk, you said you were trying. I knew what you meant. I know that you are. In time, you'll be able to put it behind you. Except in dreams. Red light, shining, shining and shining. Painting the corn. It is so silent here, and his hands are burning in hers. Clerk screamed, didn't he? Yes, he screamed that it hurt. Stop, Billy. It's horrible. We have to get back to the turnpike. Maybe he deserved to be hurt. But when you give pain, it leaves a scar. It scars your mind. It scars your spirit. And it should, because it's hurting someone, killing someone. No little thing. Take it from someone who knows. Blood is trickling from the corner of his mouth. No, from both corners. She gives up trying to stop him from talking. She knows what this is. It's a dying declaration. And her job is to listen as long as he's able to speak. She says nothing. Even when he tells her he's a bad man, she doesn't believe it. But this is no time to argue. Go to Bucky, but don't stay with him. He cares for you and he'll be kind to you. But he's a bad man too. He coughs and blood flashes from his mouth. He'll help you start a new life as Elizabeth Anderson, if that's what you want. There's money, quite a lot of it. Some is in the account of a paperman named Edward Woodley. There's also money in the bank of Bimini in the name of James Lincoln. Can you remember that? Edward Woodley and James Lincoln. Yes. Bucky has the password and all the account information. He'll tell you how to manage the flow of money into your own bank account so you don't attract attention from the IRS. That's important because that's how they're most apt to catch you. Unreported income, trap door. You more coffee, more blood. Do you understand? Yes, Billy. Some of the money goes to Bucky. The rest is yours. Enough to go to college and start in life after that. He'll treat you fair. Okay? Okay. Maybe you should lie back now. I'm going to. But if you try to drive all night, you'll be in an accident. You'll be an accident waiting to happen. Check your phone for the next town big enough to have a Walmart. Park where the RVs are. Sleep. You'll be fresh in the morning. Back at Bucky's by late afternoon. Up in the mountains. You like the mountains, right? Yes. Promise me. I promise. I promise to stop for all that corny. Sun ever read, and the sun. Ever read Cormac McCarthy? No, Billy. You should. Blood Meridian. Smiles at her. Fucking Marge, huh? Right. Fucking Marge. I wrote the password to my laptop on a piece of paper and stuck it in your purse. That said, he lets go of her hands and falls back. He lifts his calves and manages to get his legs into the car. If it hurts him, he gives no sign. He's looking. Where are we? Nebraska, Billy. How did we get here? Never mind. Close your eyes, rest up. He frowned. Robin, is that you? Yes. I love you. Love you too, Billy. Let's go down cellar and see if there are any apples. Seven. Another knot pops in the wood stove. Alice gets up, walks to the refrigerator and gets a beer. She twists off the cap and drinks half of it. That was the last thing he said to me. When I parked with the RVs at the Kearney Walmart, he was still alive. I know because I could hear him breathing, rasping. When I woke up the next morning at 5, he was dead. You want a beer? Yes, thanks. Alice brings him a beer and sits down. He looks tired. Let's go down cellar and see if there's any apples. Maybe talking to Robin or to his friend Gad. Not much of an exit line. Life would be better if Shakespeare wrote it. That's what I think, although when you think about Romeo and Juliet, she drinks the rest of her beer and some color comes into her cheeks. Bucky thinks she looks a little better. I waited until the Walmart opened, then went inside and bought some stuff. Blankets, pillows. I think a sleeping bag. Yes, Bucky says. There was a sleeping bag. I covered him up and got back on the highway, keeping no more than 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, just like he told me. Once a Colorado State Patrol car came up behind with its flashers going, and I thought I was cooked. But it went by and on down the road. Lickety split. I got here and we buried him, along with most of his things. Wasn't much, positive, but not too near the summer house cabin. He didn't like it. He worked there, but he said he never liked it. Told me he thought it was haunted. Look, he said, what comes next for you, darling? Sleep. I just can't seem to get enough. I thought it would be better when I finished writing his story. But she shrugs, then stands up. Figure it out later. You know what Scarlett O'Hara said, don't you? Bucky Hansen grins. I'll think about it tomorrow. For tomorrow is another day. Right. Starts towards the bedroom where she has spent most of her time since coming back here, writing and sleeping, and turns back. She's smiling. I bet Billy would have hated that one. You could be right. I can never publish it, can I? His book. Not even as a romanticlet. Not 5 years from now, not 10. No sense fooling myself. Probably not. It'd be like D.B. Cooper writing his autobiography and calling it, Here's how I did it. I don't know who that is. No one does. That's the point. Guy hijacked a plane, got a bunch of money, jumped out, with a parachute was never seen again. Kind of like Billy in your version of his story. Do you think he'd be glad that I did it? That I let him live? He'd fucking love it, Alice. I think so too. If I could publish it, you know what I'd call it? Billy Summers. The story of a lost man. What do you think? I think it sounds about right. 8. There's snow in the night, just an inch or two, and it's stopped by the time Alice gets up at 7. The morning sky so clear it's almost transparent. Bucky's still asleep. You can hear him snoring even through the bedroom door. He puts on the coffee, gets wood from the pile beside the house, and builds up the fire in the stove. By then the coffee is hot and she drinks a cup before putting on her coat, boots, and a woolly hat. Covers her ears. She goes into the room set aside for her use, touches Billy's laptop, and picks up the paperback lying beside it and puts it in the back pocket of her jeans. She lets herself out and walks up the path there picks up the path. There are deer tracks in the fresh snow, lots of them, and the weird hand-shaped tracks of a raccoon or two. But the snow in front of the summer house is conspicuously unmarked. The deer and coons have steered clear of the place. Alice does too. There's an old cottonwood that's split trunk not too far from where the path ends. It's her marker. Alice turns into the woods and starts walking, counting the steps off under her breath. It was 210 on the day they brought Billy here. But because the going is a trifle slippery, this morning she's up to 240 before she comes to the little clearing. She has to clamber over the fallen lodgepole pine to get into it. In the center of the clearing, there's a square of brown earth, upon which they have scattered a mixture of pine needles and fallen leaves. Even with the light fall of snow added to the needles and leaves, it's pretty clear it's a grave. Time will take care of that, Bucky has assured her. He says that by next November, a random hiker could walk over that patch with no idea what lay beneath. Not that there'll be any. This is my land, and I keep it posted. Maybe when I wasn't here, people took advantage. Probably used the path to stare across to where the overlook used to be. But now I'm here, and I plan to stay. Thanks to Billy, I'm retired. Just another old mountain man. There are thousands of them between here and the western slope, growing their hair down to their asses and listening to their old Steppenwolf records. Now Alice stands at the foot of the grave and says, "Hey, Billy." Feels natural to talk to. Natural enough. He wasn't sure it would. I finished your story, gave it a different ending. Bucky says you wouldn't have minded. It's on the same thumb drive you were using when you started in that office. Once I get to Fort Collins, I'll rent a safe deposit box and put it inside with my Alice Maxwell ID. Goes back to the fallen lodgepole pine and sits down on it. First taking the paperback out of her pocket and putting it in her lap. It's good to be here. It's a peaceful place. Before wrapping the body in a tarpaulin, Bucky did something to it. He wouldn't tell her what, but he said there wouldn't be much smell when the hot weather came back, if any. The animals wouldn't disturb him. Bucky said it was the way such things were done in the old days of the wagon trains and silver mines. 9. Fort Collins is where I've decided to go to school. Colorado State University. I've seen the pictures, and it's beautiful there. Remember when you asked me what I wanted to study? I said maybe history, maybe sociology, maybe even theater arts. I was too shy to tell you what I really wanted to do, but I bet you can guess. Maybe you even guessed it then. Thought about it sometimes when I was in high school, because English was always my best class. But finishing your story made it seem possible. Stops, because the rest of it is hard to say out loud when she's alone. It sounds pretentious. Her mother would say she was getting above herself. But she needs to say it. She owes him. I like to write stories of my own. She stops again and wipes her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket. It's cold out here, but the stillness is exquisite. This early even the crows are. When I was doing it, hesitates. Why is the word so hard to say? Why should it be? When I was writing, I forgot to be sad. I forgot to worry about the future. I forgot where I was. I didn't know that could happen. I could pretend we were in the Vitaweave Motel outside of Davenport, Iowa. Only it wasn't like pretending, even though there's no such place. I could see the fake wood walls and the blue bedspread and the bathroom glass is in its plastic bag with writing on it that said sanitize for your health. But that wasn't the most important part. She wipes her eyes, wipes her nose. She watches the white clouds of vapor from her exhalation drift away. I could pretend that Marge, fucking Marge, only creased you. After all, she shakes her head as if to clear it. Only that's not right. You were only creased. You did write me that note and put it under my door when I was sleeping. You walked to the truck stop up the road, even though the truck stop wasn't back in New York, and you went on from there, or going on. Did you know that could happen? Did you know that you could sit in front of a screen or a pad of paper and change the world? It doesn't last. The world always comes back, but before it does, it's awesome. It's everything. Because you can have things the way you want. And I want you to still be alive. And in the story you are, and always will be. He stands and goes over to the square of earth. He and Bucky dug together. In the real world. He's under there. She takes a knee and puts the book on the grave. Maybe the snow will cover it. Maybe the wind will blow it away. It doesn't matter. In her mind, it will stay. The book is Therese Requiem by Emile Zola. Now I know who you are. Now I know who you were talking about, she says. Alice walks up to where the path ends at the Knife Cut Valley and looks across the flat ground where the old hotel used to stand and repeat a reputedly haunted hotel, according to Bucky. Once she thought she actually saw it. No doubt a hallucination caused by being unused to the thin air up here. Today she sees nothing. But I could make it be there, he thinks. I could make it be there. Just as I was able to make the Bida we be there, complete with all the details I didn't put in. Like the bagged glass in the bathroom, or the stains. Sort of like the shape of Texas on the rug. I could make it be. I could even fill it in with ghosts if I wanted to. She stands, looking across the gulf of cold air between this side and that, hands in her pockets, thinking she could recreate worlds. Billy gave her that chance. She is here. She is found. June 12th, 2019. July 3rd, 2020. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Billy Summers. Damn good read. All right, everybody. I am going to pull it into the stream right there. Now that we've finished the book, I might be back on tomorrow. Depends on how things go with community night with Tim Bearpig and the rest of the crew. I will post in Discord if I'm going to go live. I don't know if I'll do it live. If I do, I probably won't be able to pay much attention to chat, but it's usually a lot of laughs. If we do it, we will probably be playing Among Us or something equally as weird and silly. But I will be back tomorrow. I'm not going to raid out tonight. Though it's almost 5 8. I thought it would have been done sooner. Been a little too long over in. But till Sunday night, I will see all of your beautiful faces later on. I'm going to get some rest and try to get some shit done around the house before stream tomorrow. I love you all. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening to the read. Anything you missed, or if you want to see, or if you want to listen to the entire read all the way through, all of the VODs will be saved on YouTube, and you can look in the playlist area, and it'll be in there. Till tomorrow, love y'all. Have a good evening. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game and have fun with it. Unless it's a book, which you should read it. Still enjoy it.